Chapter 2265. Ogiest walked out of the room and headed back to his mansion without any abnormalities. Along the way, when he met cultivators from the family who saluted him, he would nod as usual. He walked into his own mansion, walked into his room, and expressionlessly pointed at a space beside his bed. The space began to vibrate, and restrictions appeared one by one. It was a restriction with a spatial lock. After the spatial lock appeared, his hands began to form seals, and waves of energy fell on the spatial lock like water waves. After that, the spatial lock opened, and a huge space appeared in front of Ogiest. He stepped into this space and opened another space lock. This time, there was only a single light sphere inside. He took out the light ball without hesitation and crushed it. The light ball shattered, and the light inside shrouded his body like a shield protecting him. Ogiest, who had been expressionless, revealed a cold smile at this moment. "Humph, you want to control me? Dream on." His whole body was shrouded in the light of energy as he stood in the space. The expressions of the saints in other places of Augu changed almost at the same time. A badge appeared in each of their hands. This was the token of the Augu family, and also the holy token that only saints were qualified to have. At this moment, the holy token was shining, which meant that the family head was summoning them, and that something big had happened. They knew that a supervisor had come today, and they all guessed that this matter was related to him. All the saints put down the things in their hands and went to the family head's mansion. After that, they entered the room, but it was empty. "I'm here." Ogiest's voice came from the bedroom. The group of saints entered the bedroom and saw the family head standing in another space, glowing all over. One of them, a burly man with a beard, asked in confusion, "Family head, what is the meaning of this?" "My soul is controlled by that supervisor, so I can't go out now," Ogiest said coldly. "What? Your soul is controlled? Why is that? Is the Huate family going to deal with us?" The other saints were shocked when they heard this. Ogiest shook his head and said, "That's impossible. His identity as a supervisor should be fake. Didn't you hear that someone killed the supervisor last time? I suspect his goal is to control our Aogu clan. Damn it! How dare you come here to deceive us, daring to set his sights on our Aogu family. This is simply courting death. I'm going to kill him now." All the saints were enraged and agitated. They declared that they were going to kill the fake supervisor envoy immediately. "Be careful. He's not alone. There are others following him. The auras of those people belong to the life stars. They should be the experts of this life star. Then we'll call the others back. Everyone, attack with all your might and kill them in one fell swoop." Ogiest said coldly. It was related to his fate. Of course, he couldn't joke around. He had to use his full strength. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he were to use this method to resist the rules. Once the light around him disappeared, he would die. These saints all retreated and went to deploy. Ogiest closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, waiting for the news. "We're in trouble." Before Ogiest and the other saints appeared, Zichin opened his eyes and released everyone. What trouble? The tyrant and the others were bewildered when they reappeared. They might have some method that can suppress my soul control temporarily. Get ready to fight. Entering the territory of an aristocratic family was a dangerous thing. What was more dangerous was that this aristocratic family would soon become their enemy. The soul contract was the most reliable contract in this world. There was no doubt about it. However, in this world, there were always some strange things that could have strange effects. It wasn't impossible to suppress the soul contract temporarily. Moreover, this was a powerful aristocratic family, which was much stronger than any other family on this life star. It wasn't strange for such an aristocratic family to have such a thing. Everyone was on guard against this, and naturally they were prepared for it. Hearing Zichin, they all took out their weapons, preparing for the upcoming battle. Barbarian Long, the tyrant, Leiling, and Manshur had cold light in their eyes. They looked strangely excited. 5 elements, Black Dragon, Dark Rock, Shen Tiandao and Fortune Teller were also ready to take action. They were more or less nervous, as they were going to fight against the strongest aristocratic family in this star area. Su Mengyao, brilliant, and Mingyu stood by Ziqin. Light sparkled around them as they were also ready for the battle. These people were the heavens' favorites of this life star. They were the ones with the highest potential. All of them had reached the Saint Realm. They were going to join hands to fight against an aristocratic family in the Star Passage. Outside the hall, all the Heavenly Realm and False Sage Realm guards had received the order and quietly retreated. They didn't know what was going on, but they could feel something unusual from this tense atmosphere. Almost all of the saints in the clan who were rarely seen on normal days had appeared today and surrounded the main hall. All the saints of the family were dispatched, their faces solemn as if they were facing a big enemy. In a short period of time, all the saints who could return had rushed back and surrounded the hall. Ogius closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in that space. The light around him was still abundant as he quietly waited for the news of victory. The saints of the family surrounded the hall. The energy around them surged. The space around them became chaotic. Waves of energy rippled, spreading everywhere. "It's time to take action." "In the hall," Ziqin said, looking at the sky. As his voice fell, the hall began to tremble, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The shattered palace instantly turned into dust when it came into contact with the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Ziqin and the others appeared. There were more than 10 saints amongst them, and such a scene shocked the saints in the surroundings. However, they didn't stop there. Their accumulated attacks were instantly launched. Beams of energy appeared, carrying powerful auras as they went straight down. "Kill!" With a cold shout, a beam of golden light shot out first. It was Evil Good Monk. He had the strongest defense around him, resisting 2 saints' attacks as he approached the saints in front of him. Swoosh! 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 Beams of light flashed. There was the light of the 5 elements, the light of lightning, black light, and bright light. They charged forward at a speed second only to the monk. "Today you're severely injured." As the lights flashed, a cold voice suddenly sounded. A book emitting golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. 2 pages of the book instantly opened. A beam of energy fell from it, heading straight for a saint. Summon the Heavenly Path Precepts. In another direction, Obedient Way bowed to the void. The void cracked open, and a pure Heavenly Path Precepts appeared, locking onto a saint. The people that Ziqin had brought with him all made their moves and displayed their absolute strength. During this time, Ziqin also attacked decisively. A black scabbard appeared in his hand. He unsheathed his sword without hesitation. A bright beam of sword light broke through the space and shot forward. Wherever the blade light passed, the attacks of those saints were directly slashed apart. The sword light's momentum did not decrease. After breaking through many attacks, it landed on 2 saints. The sword light swept past their bodies. Their expressions froze, and their vitality dissipated, destroying the enemy. This battle was against the entire aristocratic family, so they could not be careless. Once the battle started, they had to end it quickly. Amitabha, the monk's Buddhist light shone around him. He reached the saints, and several of them cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. 5 elements, and the rest arrived and started to attack. The Heavenly Path Precepts attack caused a saint to fly backward and cough up blood. He was severely injured. The Heavenly Path Precepts summoned by Obedient Way Precepts almost killed that saint. Boom! Energy surged. 2 saints flew backward while coughing up blood beside Brilliant. Su Mengyao shot out a beam of energy, extinguishing the life force of a saint. Bright Moon was like a fairy walking in the mortal world. Every time she waved her hand, a beam of bright moonlight energy would hit a saint with unimaginable power. Ziqin sheathed his sword and rushed forward. He destroyed the Heavenly Path Precepts attack with a punch. At the same time, he rushed in front of the saint and punched him in the chest. The saint's body curled up like a shrimp and flew backwards. His face was full of horror. Swoosh! Chen's figure flashed again. With an unimaginable speed, he arrived behind his opponent. Immediately after, he sent out another kick. The saint's curled-up body stretched out fully, forming a large character in the sky. The crisp sound of bones breaking continuously rang out. The energy contained in the two attacks destroyed the life force of the saint's soul. In the distance, watching this one-sided battle, all the cultivators of the Augu family were so shocked that they could not say a word. In their eyes, these people were too strong. They either had extreme speed, unimaginable defense, or attacks that could ignore defense. Usually, one of these people would be very terrifying, but now there was a group of them. Each of them was like a wolf or a tiger. In their eyes, the weakest of these saints could take on two people at once. This kind of battle was almost equivalent to a massacre. No matter how tenacious the experts on their side were, they could not resist these terrifying existences. As for the false saints and heaven realm experts, they did not dare to go forward. Just the energy shockwaves alone could destroy them. The battle happened very quickly and ended just as quickly. After the battle ended, a huge light shield enveloped the entire battlefield. No one knew what happened in the light shield. In short, after the light shield reappeared, the corpses on the battlefield disappeared. The two sides also became more amiable. Auguste, who was still waiting for the good news, heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Chen in front of him. His face instantly turned pale. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Chapter 2266. Looking at the glowing Auguste hiding in the void, Chen, whose robes were as clean as new, without the slightest trace of battle, smiled and said, "That's a good idea." Auguste looked at Chen, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. He was trembling with fear. Originally, you had the chance to see the rise of the Augu family, but unfortunately you made the wrong choice. Looking at Auguste, Chen shook his head in disappointment and issued a command in his knowledge sea. With the two sides so close, no matter how special the method, it was impossible to prevent the execution of the soul contract. Auguste's surging vitality disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he died with his eyes wide open. Taking Auguste out of the void, Chen walked into it. This should be the place where Auguste hid his treasures. The void was dotted with bright saint crystals, illuminating it. On this star path, saint crystals were the most common currency. In addition, there were some artifact refining materials, all of which were materials for refining saint artifacts. But even such a powerful family with dozens of saints still did not have the ability to condense a saint artifact. In this battle, the Augu family lost as many as 11 saints, and the rest were all soul-controlled. Yang Kai believed that these people did not have the means to temporarily avoid the soul contract. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen personally went to the Augu family's treasury and took away 80% of the Saint Force crystal chips and Saint crystals before leaving with the others. Under the personal escort of the saints, Chen, who left the Augu family, could not help but sigh. This method was dangerous, after all. This time, everyone relied on their powerful combat power to resolve the crisis, but what about next time? The deeper they went, the stronger the family's strength. This time they had been careless and did not use the spirit array. Otherwise, even if Chen's side could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the forces in the depths of the star field all had their own hidden void worlds. Although there were many resources there, the dangers were too great. And once they alerted the enemy, they would have to face the forces of the entire star field. Next, Chen led the others and continued to control the saints of those forces in this star field. However, they did not continue to move on to the next star field. After controlling the entire star field, Chen returned with the first batch of array masters. After meeting up with Chen, they returned to the domain of sin. Their plan to go deeper into the domain of sin had come to an end. Next, they had to wait. They had to wait for LV Peng and the others to open up the passageway. About 10 years later, the passageway that spanned across several star fields was forcibly opened by the joint efforts of dozens of Saint-level array masters. Seeing the Saint-grade array master walking out of the transmission array, Zichun was taken aback. Their attainments in array formations were practically on par with LV Peng. Some were even higher than LV Peng. However, it took them a full 10 years to pass through the teleportation formation. Comparatively speaking, opening a transportation formation from the nefarious starfield to the Martial Heaven continent was much more difficult. If LV Peng were to rely on himself, he would not be able to complete it even after spending several hundred years. During this time, Zichun asked LV Peng. The latter said that the difficulty was indeed great unless these people were willing to help. Even so, it would take several decades. During this period, the amount of energy and resources that needed to be consumed was also a number that could not be underestimated. Even Zichun, who now controlled several starfields, was unable to gather these resources in a short period of time. The difficulty of the matter far exceeded Zichun's expectations, and if he wanted to act according to the plan, he had no choice but to ask for help from the Jedu family. After gesturing for the array masters to rest for a while, he and Yi Qian stepped onto the newly built interdomain transfer array. The exit of this transmission array was on a planet called Chi Lu Planet. This planet was not considered bustling, and it was only managed by a small tribe. And this tribe was one of the secret guards in this star field, under the jurisdiction of the Jetu family. After the two of them appeared, they did not attract too much attention. They left the planet and flew in the direction of the Jetu family. Without the exact coordinates and the permission of the Jetu family, no one could enter the star field where the Jetu family was located. Looking from a distance, there was nothing there and nothing could be seen. Yi Qian naturally knew the exact coordinates and took Zichun into the star field where the Jetu family was located. As soon as the two of them appeared in the void, an aircraft flew over from the planet in the middle. A moment later, the aircraft arrived. The one who walked out of the aircraft was Jetu Huang Tuesday. He still saluted Yi Qian first, and then cupped his fists at Zichun and said, "Brother Zichun, long time no see." Zichun cupped his fists and said, "Brother Huang too." Zichun still had a good impression of Jetu Huang Tuesday. The other party's temperament was not bad, and he had once explained many secrets of the star path to him. Jetu Huang, too, did not ask why Zichun had come, but only motioned for the two to board the aircraft. On the way, they would occasionally talk about some interesting things to ease the slightly silent atmosphere. With the Jetu family's attitude towards Yi Qian, as long as the other party opened his mouth, there was nothing that could not be done. However, because the other party was too polite to Yi Qian could not open her mouth. After pondering for a moment, Zichun decided to get some information from Jetu Huang Tuesday. "I wonder if the family head is still in the house." "The family head has nothing to do recently." "Why? Is Brother Zichun looking for the family head?" Jetu Huang asked doubtfully. "To be honest, this time I came to the Jetu family to borrow some people." "Borrow people? Who do you want to borrow?" "I want to borrow those formation masters. They have opened the transmission channel. However, I want them to help us open a channel to the Life Star." Zichun told the truth, not hiding anything. "Is that so?" Jetu Huang too was startled, falling into contemplation. "Do you think the family head will agree?" Zichun asked. "Although these formation masters have no other tasks recently, it's hard to say whether the family head will agree or not." Jetu Huang paused and said, "However, we are already allies. I believe the family head will not refuse this request, and this is not a big deal." Zichun nodded. He was also thinking about how he should explain this to the patriarch. Jetu Huang looked at Zichun, who was deep in thought, and then looked at the silent goddess beside him. Recalling the conversation he had with the family head, he said, "Why don't you stay at my place for a few days, and I'll go and find out what the family head thinks." "Is that appropriate?" "What's not appropriate? Aren't we friends?" Jiatu Huang too smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Zi-Chen was very grateful that Jiatu Huang too was willing to help him. As soon as they returned to the family, Jiatu Huang too went to the family head's residence. "He came here this time to ask for a favor, right?" The family head didn't wait for Jiatu Huang too to speak. Nodding, Jiatu Huang too said he wants to borrow those formation masters to help him open a channel. "The reason I'm here is because I promised Zichen that I would help him ask about the clan head's attitude." The family head didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked at Jiatu Huang too and said, "What do you think of this matter?" Jiatu Huang too didn't even think about it and said directly, "Borrow it. Isn't it just a few dozen formation masters? It shouldn't be a big deal to us. There will be no danger during this period, and it won't be a loss to us. They will be back in 100 years at most." The family head smiled and said, "What you mean is that there is no loss to us and we can help others. Why not?" "That's what I mean. Isn't Zi-Chin our ally? There's nothing wrong with helping an ally, right?" The family head said, "Of course there's nothing wrong, but we don't have to help with everything. Allies are mutual. Up until now, we have been the ones paying the price, and we have paid a lot. We have been losing." Jiatu Huang too fell silent. In fact, in his opinion, those losses were nothing. Wasn't it just borrowing a channel and giving away a planet? In any case, the family had many planets. The two sides formed an alliance because of benefits, and these benefits are mutual. Although this matter is just a small matter for us, it is a big deal for Zichen. Even to the entire Life Star, it's a very important event. The family head smiled and said, "We should look at this problem from Zichen's point of view. He must be very anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in person. Since it's a small matter for us, it's a big matter for Zichen. If we help him, he will definitely thank us. Moreover, the goddess is on his side." "I think we should help," said Jiatu Huang Tuesday. The family head shook his head and smiled. "These are two different things. Although Zi-Chen brought the goddess with him, and indeed has the intention of borrowing her power, this is not the goddess's intention after all. If it is the goddess's order, we will naturally obey, but this is just Zi-Chen's idea. Of course, since Zi-Chen brought the goddess and made this request, we will still agree." Jiatu Huang too didn't relax, because the family head still had something to say, which was the most important part. "However, we can't help for free. We need to get something because this is a deal which involves the benefits of both sides. But Zichen doesn't have anything he can give, right?" The so-called "take it out" here naturally meant that it could catch the family head's eye. Of the things that Zichen had, there was really nothing that the family head would covet. The family head smiled mysteriously. He pointed at a direction in the void and said, "That place is about to open, isn't it? We have to go there and fight for it. The heaven-defying warrior of the Life Star is a good candidate. I believe he will agree. You go and tell him that he can borrow people. I can even provide the resources he needs for free. However, he needs to go there and bring me a sacred weapon." Chapter 2267 Holy Weapon. When Jiatu Huang heard what the patriarch said, he was obviously shocked. If it was just letting Zichen in, it would be nothing. It was just a matter of a spot. But he wanted a holy weapon. Didn't that mean that Zichen had to pay the price of a holy weapon for this help? A holy weapon was even more important than a holy king. If Zichen agreed to this deal, no matter how one looked at it, he would be suspected of asking for too much. He wasn't feeling indignant for Zichen, but he felt that it was inconceivable and not worth this price. You should look at things from both sides. If you think about it from Zichen's point of view, you won't think that this price is outrageous. In fact, you will feel that it is very reasonable. Not to mention one holy weapon. Even if I want 2 or 3, as long as Zichen has it, he will definitely give it to me. This is called a rare commodity, and in the entire star path, no one except Jiatu can help him. and no one has the ability to help him. Looking at Jia Tu Huangtu, who still couldn't understand, the patriarch waved his hand and said, "Go! Convey my intentions to him. I believe he will definitely agree." Jia Tu Huangtu bowed and turned to leave. He naturally had reservations about this matter. He always felt that it wasn't appropriate to do so. Unfortunately, when many elders and the patriarch were still alive, his opinion was useless. When Jia Tu Huangtu returned to his residence, he saw Ziqin. This young man, who had always been very calm, looked very nervous at this moment. Perhaps it was just as the patriarch had said, this was a very important matter in his heart. It was also because of this that the patriarch asked for too much. Yiqian was still expressionless, as if she didn't care about this matter. Although she didn't speak, she wasn't stupid. She knew that the Jia Tu clan would definitely agree to this matter, but they would definitely make a request. The patriarch has already agreed, but Jia Tu Huangtu looked at Ziqin and said hesitantly, "I don't know what the patriarch wants, but as long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it," Ziqin said, and his hanging heart was relieved. "Do you still remember the pattern of the star path that I described to you last time? The one where our 3 forces were located?" Jia Tu asked. Ziqin nodded and said, "I remember. Last time, you said that the star field your 3 families are in is equivalent to 3 planets, surrounding the planet in the middle. That place is a bit special. I hid part of the matter from you last time. Actually, that place would open up once in a while for the saints of our 3 clans to enter to search for fortuitous encounters. Of course, it was said to be looking for opportunities, but it was actually very dangerous. The head of the family means that we can agree to your conditions, but you need to go there on our behalf," Jia Tu Huangtu said to Ziqin. "Is this the requirement? What's going on inside?" Ziqin asked curiously. The patriarch also said that if you promise to bring out a holy weapon from inside, then the resources needed this time will be provided by the Jetu family. "When will that place be opened?" Ziqin asked, not immediately agreeing. "The exact time is uncertain, but judging from the fluctuations last time, it's estimated to be about 100 years. Jia Tu Huangtu said, "Of course, you can only agree to the former," and without waiting for Jia Tu Huangtu to finish, Ziqin said, "No, I choose the latter." "Ziqin, you?" Jia Tu Huangtu looked at Ziqin in confusion. Ziqin smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I know what to choose. By the way, what's the situation there?" "I don't know the specific situation because I haven't been in there. There is information about that place in the family, but it's all absolutely confidential. Those who are not qualified to enter have no right to know. Even I don't know now. However, it said that there are fortuitous encounters inside. The holy weapon that you fought with last time was brought out from there. This is not false at all. As for the specific information, we can only know when we're about to enter." Jia Tu Huangtu said so much in one breath. He didn't know anything else, but he was sure that there would be fortuitous encounters there. If you want to get something, you have to pay. Before coming, Ziqin had already made this plan. What he was more worried about was that he didn't have a bargaining chip to trade with the other party. Now that the other party had a request, he could agree to this matter. It seemed that he had suffered a loss in exchanging holy weapons for resources. If that place was open now, Ziqin would definitely hesitate again and again. However, that place would not be open for the time being, and opening the passage was an urgent matter that couldn't be delayed for a moment. It was equivalent to Ziqin using a promise in exchange for everything he wanted. At least for now, Ziqin didn't suffer any losses. Instead, he made a lot of money. After deliberately staying in the Jia Tu clan for a day, Jia Tu Huangtu prepared the resources needed to open the passage for Ziqin. Carrying these resources, Ziqin and Yiqian returned to the Nifa's starfield. This time, Jia Tu Huangtu went with them, and he wanted to convey new orders to these array masters. After Ziqin left, several elders of the Jia Tu clan gathered together again to express their opinions on this matter. Dozens of saints for decades, as well as some useless resources placed in the clan, could be exchanged for a holy weapon. This was undoubtedly a big deal. As for whether Zichen could obtain a holy weapon, they didn't have to worry. As long as this heaven-defying person could come out alive, he would definitely be able to bring back a holy weapon. After a short time, Zichen returned to the Nifa starfield, and Jia Tu began to assign tasks to the Saint Grade Array Masters. As for Zichen, he called Lu Peng over and motioned for him to lead the other Array Masters to seal off a certain space in this starfield. The next sealed place would be their core residence, and it would be their biggest secret. As for the sealed space, it was very far away from the vortex. Since the vortex had already appeared, there was no need to hide it anymore. Moreover, according to Su Mengyao, as long as she was given a period of time, the laws she controlled would be able to open up a new spatial vortex, from which they could perceive the landing of a new planet. While everyone was busy, Zichen and Yi Qian once again set off for the Jia Tu clan. This time, Zichen brought the universe origin cauldron and a lot of resources that he had prepared for his doppelganger. After passing through the Jia Tu clan, they arrived at Yi Qian's world. After that, Yi Qian stayed here, while Zichen bid farewell to her mother and returned to the Zhanwu continent. After arriving at the Zhanwu continent, Zichen immediately went to the first continent, where he saw great sage Yin Zhong and Qing Feng, who already had signs of entering the Saint Grade. "I've been waiting for you to come back, and I've already prepared the people for you." After seeing Zichen, Qing Feng said with a smile before the other party could speak. 10 years ago, when Xing Chen and the Devil Ape returned, they had come to find great sage Yin Zhong and asked him to gather all the heavenly realms in the Zhanwu continent who had comprehended the heavenly laws or had a connection with the heavenly laws. Zichen would take these people to the star path and amplify their perception to specifically sense the planets in the vortex. Because of Zichen, this world had advanced once again. Those who had comprehended the heavenly laws would break through faster. Therefore, in 10 years, the entire Zhanwu continent had provided Zichen with over 1,000 heavenly realms who had comprehended the heavenly laws. Many of them came from the floating mist sect, which Zichen had once caused a ruckus. Of course, these were all grudges from a long time ago, and no one would bother with them during the chaotic times of war. After staying here for a day, Zichen took these people and headed to the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, there were also those who had comprehended the heavenly laws. They had already gathered at the Wuji sect, and Zichen directly returned to the Wuji sect. In the perception of his spiritual sense, Zichen sensed the auras of many saints. Clearly, in these years, his clone had condensed many saint crystals. Furthermore, under the acceleration of time, many people had become saints. After returning to the Wuji sect, Zichen didn't go to see the others. He first went to find his clone. The place where his clone condensed saint crystals was a separate space that had been opened up in the time castle. Outside that space, there were 5 saints in charge of distributing saint power crystals. There were also 5 saints in charge of finding suitable heavenly realms according to the amount of saint power they had. After handing over all his gains to these saints, Zichen walked to the place where his clone was condensing saint crystals. After waiting for half a day to condense saint crystals, he fused with his clone and comprehended the insights his clone had gained from condensing saint crystals. After the fusion, Zichen continued to leave his clone behind and returned to the Wuji sect. Due to the many resources that had been sent over, the Azure Dragon Saint and the others had recovered most of their strength. Their overall combat power had increased greatly. The Tree of Life had been obtained by Chen Feng, and he was working hard to break through to the Saint Realm. After staying in the Wuji sect for 3 days, Zichen led these people who had comprehended the heavenly laws to the Star Path. When they heard that they were going to the Star Path, these cultivators were all very excited. Looking at these excited people, Zichen suddenly recalled the lightning ancestors' words. Without the efforts of their predecessors, The future generations would have no choice. In the past, everyone had revered the star path. Now, everyone had another choice. Perhaps in the future, there would be even more choices. After leaving the Tianwu continent, Zichen met up with Yi Qian. After bidding farewell to Yi Qian's mother, he went to the Jia clan and then entered the sinful starfield. Now, everything on the star path had stabilized. Having made up his mind, Zichen left the sinful starfield and went to the Dai starfield with Mingyu. The Dai starfield was now completely under the control of the Zambu clan. As soon as Zichen appeared, Zambu Haoming received the news and personally came to meet with Zichen. Because of his relationship with Zambu Haolin, he knew a lot about Zichen's current situation. He knew that Zichen's current power was growing bigger and bigger. Zichen went directly to Moon City. Next, he would fuse with the Universe Origin Cauldron and take the most important step on the star path. P.S. There will be another update at midnight. Chapter 2268. The Universal Origin Cauldron had been split into 2 parts in the battle back then. The Everlasting Sect had kept one part, while the Everlasting Sect had brought the other part into the star path. In the end, it was placed in Moon City to guard this city. In the past, when Zichen came here, he didn't have the strength to take it away. Now, Zichen, who had entered the Saint Realm, had the strength to do so. After arriving at Moon City, at the core of the formation, Zichen looked at the burning furnace in front of him. The half of the Universal Origin Cauldron in his hand was trembling slightly. There was a sense of excitement that was clearly conveyed through his voice. This time, Zichen didn't stop him. Instead, he let go of the Universal Origin Cauldron in his hand. Boom! As the Universal Origin Cauldron was released, the surrounding space began to tremble. The furnace in front of him let out a loud boom. The flames inside were like boiling magma, expanding and spreading. With the furnace as the foundation, the formation that had protected Moon City for countless years exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread and spread in all directions above Moon City. Countless buildings were destroyed by this energy. This city was almost completely empty. Only a few older generation figures were left to guard it. They were all outside the city. Seeing that the city was almost half destroyed, they didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia. Although they had lived here for a long time, this wasn't their home. Their home was on the Life Star. A moon race youth looked at the raging energy in the sky and the city that was being destroyed. He asked worriedly, "Lady Moon Maiden, is Lord Zichen in danger?" The Moon Maiden shook her head gently and looked forward. Today, Zichen was about to merge with the Universal Origin Cauldron. Once merged, it would become a sacred weapon that could strengthen Zichen's combat strength and increase the overall combat strength of the Life Star. All sacred weapons had spirits, let alone this sacred weapon that had been passed down since ancient times. Even if it hurt people, it would definitely not hurt Zichen, the only heaven-defying person on the Life Star. While the city was being destroyed, a raging fire suddenly erupted from the center of the city. It was like an erupting volcano, but it wasn't magma that was spewing out, but flames. The raging fire instantly spread and enveloped the entire Moon City. Amidst the flames, the entire Moon City vanished. The flames persisted for a long time, like a sea of fire that was constantly churning. From time to time, ancient roars of beasts could be heard coming from the depths of the flames. In their line of sight, Moon City was no longer in sight. All that was left was the sea of fire that never extinguished. Everyone waited outside the flames for an entire month, but Zichen did not appear. During this time, the Moon Maiden was slightly worried as she walked into the sea of flames. In the center of the sea of flames, she saw Zichen sitting cross-legged. In front of Zichen, there was an ancient cauldron that was constantly spitting out flames. Even she felt that the high temperature in that place was very troublesome. She did not disturb him and turned to leave. After that, she led the others toward the nefarious starfield. According to Zichen's instructions, if they took too long to fuse with the cauldron, they were to leave first. If he hadn't come out by the time the space passage opened, they would let the others who wanted to return to the life star go back first. Everyone withdrew, no longer paying attention to the situation here. Zambu Haoming issued an order to make this place a forbidden area, forbidding everyone in this star field from entering. After a long time, everyone knew that there was a sea of flames in this forbidden area, and they suspected that there was a great treasure in that sea of flames. Time flew. Soon a year had passed. During this year, the sea of flames was still the same. Inside the sea of flames, Zi-Chun remained motionless, as if he was cultivating in seclusion. However, after being burned by the fire, the energy in his body had become purer and more abundant. His body and soul were also strengthened. The universe origin cauldron was still fusing, and Zi-Chun was still growing. Year after year, several years after that, Zi-Chun did not move at all. Compared to the motionless Zi-Chun, the entire nefarious starfield was changing rapidly. Every day, cultivators from the Life Star would enter the star field that led to the Jatu family's territory to train. Since there were more and more cultivators and experts coming from the Life Star, the alien tribes living here no longer had the deep-rooted hatred. They could get along well with these people. When the 10th year came, under L.V. Peng's leadership and the cooperation of many formation masters, this star field was completely sealed. As the final seal fell, the entire void began to distort. It was directly isolated and then disappeared. At this moment, people outside couldn't see L.V. Peng inside the barrier. Moreover, this place didn't have anything strange. People could go through it. They were in the same place, but they were in different spaces. This place would be the foundation of Zi-Chen's force. After this place was established, Su Mengyao, Shen Tiandao, and Fortune Teller entered this space. Then they sat cross-legged and started to comprehend the Great Path's principles. 3 years later, a beam of energy appeared on each of them. It looked like a rope that pierced the sky. Another 3 years later, the space above Su Mingyao's head began to distort. A vortex appeared. The vortex continued to expand, growing larger and larger, erupting with rumbling sounds. After the vortex was formed, a planet appeared from the vortex. It was guided by a beam of energy and fell into this space. This is the real advantage of the Life Star. It's stealing the opportunities of the Great Path. Xing Chen was still astounded when he saw this. The star path had appeared for so many years. Almost no one had discovered this secret. However, Shen Tiandao had found it by accident. After that, it was out of control. The first planet that appeared would be their base in this sealed area. It would be their base camp. After spending 10 years to seal this space, it was big enough. After the first planet was pulled out, Su Mengyao left this place and went to the next space to continue her comprehension. The vortex that had appeared earlier was surrounded by hundreds of Heaven Realm cultivators who were still comprehending the heavenly Tao laws. They were slowly comprehending them. Once they entered the Saint Realm, they could stand under that vortex and not die. However, they couldn't do that for now. 2 years later, another vortex appeared above Shen Tiandao's head. A planet emerged from that vortex. Half a year later, Shen Tiandao also opened a space vortex and summoned a planet. 20 years passed quickly. It was less than 70 years before the invasion of the other race saints. Zi-Chen still hadn't made a move. The Sea of Fire was still there. The entire Nepha's starfield was still operating in an orderly manner according to Zi-Chen's original arrangements. Soon, another 10 years had passed. Saints who had comprehended the Great Path's principles began to show up. They continued to comprehend the principles in that mysterious space so that they could steal more planets. Now, there were 7 space vortexes in that space. There were 15 saints who could comprehend the principles in those vortexes. After another 10 years, the number of saints had increased to 40, and the number of spatial whirlpools had increased to 10. After that, the space vortexes stopped increasing. Many cultivators who had broken through started to steal more planets in the process of comprehending the principles. Over the past few decades, the number of Saint crystals he had obtained was extremely high. During this time, the demon ape took these Saint crystals and the Saint Force crystals it had obtained from the other star fields and returned to the Martial Heaven continent to deliver resources to Zi Chen's avatar. When the 5th decade came, dozens of sacred-level array masters finally connected the teleport formation to the outer area of the Life Star. Because of the protection of the Life Star's principles, the other saints could only stop there. The next transportation formation to the Tianwu continent would be completed by LV Peng and other array masters from the Life Star. Although the next step was to wrap up, it was relatively time-consuming. In the sea of fire that had existed for dozens of years, there was a sudden tremor. The flames that had burned all year long disappeared. A quaint cauldron appeared in the deepest part of the flames. Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the cauldron, opened his eyes for the first time and looked at the cauldron that had completely merged. At this moment, the cauldron looked simple and unadorned. It was extraordinary. Zi Chen, who was closely connected with the cauldron through his spiritual senses, could truly sense the extraordinariness of this cauldron. Everything in the universe was inside the cauldron. Rather than calling it a cauldron, it would be better to call it a world that contained everything in the universe. It was also a saint weapon, a very ancient saint weapon. Just as Zi Chen opened his eyes, a bright radiance erupted from the cauldron. A vast aura erupted and saint might surged between heaven and earth. A middle-aged man was standing on top of the cauldron. His appearance was very similar to the cauldron spirit. It was the middle-aged cauldron spirit. "Greetings, Senior." Zi Chen stood up and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, even though the cauldron belonged to him. "It has finally merged. Although I can't unleash its full power for the time being, it can still be used as a saint weapon. I have taught you the method to control it. Zi Chen, you will be in charge of controlling it. I still need to sleep and merge with it." Cauldron Spirit said to Zi Chen, "Many thanks, Senior." Zi Chen expressed his gratitude and bowed again. Cauldron Spirit above him disappeared. With one thought, the universal origin cauldron began to shrink. The method to control it had not changed. With the universal origin cauldron in his possession, it was equivalent to having a powerful saint weapon to protect himself. It was time for Zi Chen to carry out the matter that he had been pondering over. "The Hort family, huh? I hope you won't disappoint me." After putting away the universal origin cauldron, Zi Chen turned and left for the City of Sin. Previously, when he searched Hort Soul, he found a set of coordinates. Those coordinates were very likely to lead him back to the Hort family. The Hort family had been in seclusion for a very long time. He believed that there must be a lot of resources in the star field they were in. For the sake of these resources, Zi Chen decided to give it his all. After returning to the Star of Sin, Zi Chen summoned everyone. "P.S. I have received everyone's blessings. Thank you very much. In the new year, I wish everyone a happy and harmonious family." Chapter 2269. After knowing that Zi Chen had returned, everyone immediately walked out of the area that was hidden by the array. In a flash of light, everyone appeared in the teleportation array on the Star of Sin. When they entered the room, Zi Chen was already waiting for them. After not seeing each other for decades, everyone's aura had become much stronger. It was obvious that they had improved a lot over the years. Among those from the Tianwu continent, except for LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan, almost everyone was present. Wang Xian, Sun Ling, Qin Feng, and the others had also broken through to the saint level in the past 50 years. They were brought over by the Devil Ape when it returned last time. Zi Chen's development on the Star Road was good. The first to benefit were those from the Wuji sect who had been following him. There were less than 40 years before the invasion of the foreign race saints. Everyone was ready for battle. They believed that the invasion of the foreign race saints would definitely surprise them. However, this kind of preparation was obviously not enough to deal with the saints on the Star Road. "How's the construction of the teleportation channel going?" Looking at these people, Zichen asked, "According to LV Peng's estimation, it will be completed within 10 years, Xingchen said. Zichen nodded and said, "That's good. After the channel is opened, let's inform those old seniors to come to the Star Road." "Didn't you say that there will be something big after you come out of seclusion? What kind of big move is it?" Tyrant asked impatiently. "We're going to the Huarte clan." Monk opened his eyes wide and said, "Are you going to the Huarte clan to snatch resources?" He had been on the Star Road for decades and had interacted with Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday naturally. He knew the three overlords on the Star Road. However, such an exaggerated expression was not because he was nervous, but because he was excited. This monk was not afraid of anything. It seemed that snatching was his favorite. "We found a coordinate last time. That will be our breakthrough point this time. By the way, where's Yiqian?" Realizing that Yiqian was not in the crowd, Zichen asked curiously. "She left with Jia, Tu, and Huang Tuesday." "I heard that something happened," Su Mingyao said. "That's good. She can't participate in this matter. This time, we can't send too many people. Monk, Mingyao, and the Devil Ape, come with me. Xingchen, you three will come with me. This time, only the 7 of us will go." Those who could go naturally nodded, while those who couldn't had looks of confusion and dissatisfaction on their faces. "Why can't I go?" Amongst them, Lei Ling was the most dissatisfied. After all, he was the first person in the martial sky continent to break through to the Saint Realm. Although no one was ranked because of their own comprehension, with the existence of the monk, he naturally shamelessly classified himself as the most talented person. Under the influence of the monk, the Thunder Spirit also believed that it was blessed by the heavens. In fact, it was even more blessed than the monk. "It's dangerous if there are too many people," Zichen said. "I'm not afraid of danger. The Thunder Spirit was naturally unconvinced. He was once an extraordinary existence, but he had been tricked by Zichen, so he wasn't afraid of Zichen. "This is an order." Zichen's tone turned cold. Once these words were spoken, the other people who were unwilling to accept this all lowered their heads. Even Thunder Spirit remained silent. This was Zichen. Normally, everything was easy to talk about, but when it came to a critical moment, everyone had to obey his orders. "You haven't gone to our encampment yet, right? Do you want me to take you there?" Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, Lin Shui, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. "Has it been built?" "It's been built for decades, and it's already on a scale." "Then let's go take a look." Zichen gestured for the others to make preparations and make arrangements for what was to come next before he headed for the core area. Naturally, the 4 women were the only ones traveling with him. The others tactfully retreated. Speaking of which, the time they could reunite was truly too short. After walking into the void with the 4 women, Zichen, who saw the scene before him, revealed a shocked expression in his eyes. Looking around, he saw 10 huge whirlpools. Below each whirlpool, there were nearly 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged. Not only were they saints, but they were also saints who had comprehended the laws of the heavenly Tao. In addition to these whirlpools, there was a huge planet further away. Around that planet, there would be aircraft flying past from time to time. Perhaps it was because of these saints, but holy crystals were constantly flying out of those whirlpools. There were a total of 10 whirlpools, and on average, a holy crystal would fly out of them every minute. Over the years, we've produced hundreds of saints. Great Sage Green Dragon said that it's enough to deal with those foreign tribes, but it's still not enough to fight against the entire Star Road. Wang Xian'er stood beside Zichen and said, "This time we'll give it our all. I believe that the Huite clan should have a lot of resources." "They won't let us down," Zichen nodded and said. "Then we'll have to be careful," Wang Xian said. Everyone was ready. Zichen returned with the 4 women, then met up with Tyrant and the rest, and headed towards the depths of the Star Road. This time, Zichen had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. tyrant, and the rest did not even conceal their aura. The group was almost in a straight line as they headed towards the depths of the star field. When they passed by the star fields that were not controlled, they would attract the attention of other forces. However, as if they felt that these people were not to be trifled with, no forces came to stop the 7 of them. In the deepest part of the star field, there was a special space. In this space, there was only one independent planet. This planet was not big, with a radius of only a few dozen miles. However, the planet contained very rich spiritual energy. On this planet, there were hundreds of cultivators. Among them, there were only 9 male cultivators. The rest were all female cultivators, and their figures and looks were the best. These people would live here for 1,000 years and would not be able to take a step out of this place. Under the situation where their cultivation could not improve and they could not go out, the people living here naturally enjoyed the most primitive human impulses and led a chaotic life. These 9 saints had the surname and bloodline of the Huete clan. Like emperors in the mortal world, they would choose different female cultivators to serve them every day. Life here was extravagant, chaotic, and unbearable. Every year, the saints in the 9 places on this planet would gather together and tell each other about their lives in the past year. It's so boring. 1,000 years, but only 300 years have passed. There are still 700 years to go. I really miss the life outside. I miss the women outside. One of the saints, with his hands behind his head, laid on the ground and looked at the sun condensed from energy in the sky. He lamented. Immediately after, the others beside him all sighed. Every 1,000 years, there would be a round of guarding. This was the rule. After 1,000 years, they would not be able to go out. After that, they would be free for 1,000 years. In the last 1,000 years, the 9 of them had been traveling in the star path. Relying on the supervisor's token, they had been able to do whatever they wanted outside for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, they brought their only gain, women. They returned here and lived 1,000 years like a prison. Fortunately, they brought back hundreds of women, so they would not be too lonely. Sometimes they could even exchange with each other for a change of taste. Every year, the gathering was actually meant to be held in this regard. Last time, I sensed that someone had broken through. Weya, is it someone from your side? One of the saints, who was looking up at the sky with his hands behind his head, spoke again. It's 15. The saint named Weya said, Is it 15? The saint's eyes lit up and said, I have an impression of 15. Since he has become a saint, shouldn't he also contribute? That's right. Let's do it according to the old rules, the other saint said. This was the only thing they cared about in the past 1,000 years. Other than that, there was nothing else they could care about. As for guarding this place, not to mention that no one knew the coordinates of this place. Even if they did, who would have the guts to come here and cause trouble? After all, this was the entrance to the Huete clan. Even though they did not know where the entrance was, they were challenging the Huete clan. However, coming here was equivalent to challenging the authority of the Huete family. On this star road, no one had the guts to do so. The 9 saints, who were still discussing the exchange, did not know that at this moment, a team of 7 people had passed through many star domains and arrived outside the sealed void. Can you find the entrance here? Zichen asked Su Mengyao when they arrived near the coordinates, in Huete Wei's memory. Su Mengyao's body flashed with a mysterious light of energy. After a while, she stretched out her slender hand and pointed in a certain direction and said, Here! A beam of energy shot out from her finger and landed on a certain space, causing the space to tremble. After a while, a space passage appeared. They walked into the space and saw a pitifully small planet in the space. Looks like it's here. Let's go. The group of people flashed again and quickly flew toward this planet. There were no restrictions around this planet, so the 7 of them successfully arrived on this planet. The 7 of them stood in the air and spread out their spiritual senses to see everything here. After that, their faces were filled with astonishment. There were only 9 male cultivators, and the rest were all women. In the investigation of their spiritual senses, there were some naked female cultivators who were posing in various positions as if they were practicing. Su Mengyao, Guangyao, and Mingyu's faces turned red in an instant. The monk retracted his spiritual senses and put his palms together. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Don't look at indecent things." The devil ape spat on the ground in disgust. Xing Qin shook his head. He had some of the star ancestors' memories, so of course he knew what was going on. Zi Qin, on the other hand, remained silent. Only the tips of his ears were slightly red, and he pretended to be very serious. The abnormality in the sky could not escape their perception. The 9 of them raised their heads and looked at a certain spot in the sky. In their subconsciousness, men were completely ignored and only women could attract their attention. Coincidentally, there were 3 women in the sky. Furthermore, they were all peerless beauties who could topple cities. In an instant, the 9 of them froze and were stunned. Soon, they were filled with disbelief and exclaimed, "It was hard to find such beautiful women in the world. Beauties, you came at the right time. Do you know where this is? Who are we?" One of the saints tidied his clothes and said with his head held high, just as the other party was thinking about how to greet the beauty. The 8 people beside him instantly took out the supervisory envoy's token and threw it at Tianqiong and the others in a rush. P.S. New Year's Day, a new year. I wish you all good health and success in your studies and career. I won't start a new chapter in the new year. I'll just say some words here. 2015 has a lot of emotions, good and bad, happy and sad. I won't complain anymore. Everything is over. If nothing goes wrong, Lei Wu will finish the book in a few months. Here, I still want to thank the readers who have been supporting Lei Wu. It is because of your support that Lei Wu can come to where he is today. I can see everyone's messages on QQ. I'm sorry that I can't reply to them one by one. I'd like to thank you again. Unfortunately, I caught a cold yesterday. It's quite serious. I drank medicine yesterday, but it didn't work. According to the custom, you can't drink medicine on the first day of the new year. It has a bad meaning, so I'm resisting it today. I wish everyone a good time. I'll continue to update and add chapters. Chapter 2270. The moment they met, they threw out the tokens without saying a word. It was a very bad habit. Moreover, they threw out the tokens with great force, as if they wanted to smash them in their faces. It was not a good habit, but it became a habit for the 9 of them. In the 1,000 years, 300 years ago, it was something they were very used to doing. Even after cultivating here for 300 years, they still did not change this habit. They did not guess why these people appeared here. Was it a coincidence? Was it deliberate? They did not consider it, nor had they ever considered it. As an overlord force, they had the entire star path under their feet. All the living beings on the star path were like their servants. Just taking out a token like this was enough to settle everything. In their hearts, the 3 peerless beauties in front of them were also their belongings. As long as the tokens were taken out, the beauties would obediently be in their hands. In the 1,000 years of the past, this scene had never failed. Soon, the 3 beauties would receive the tokens, and their beautiful faces would be filled with shock. Then they would respectfully come in front of them, kneel on the ground, and offer the tokens with both hands. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be very different from what they had expected. The tokens whistling through the air suddenly stopped in front of the 3 beauties. The tokens that had stopped emitted a strong light and then exploded with a bang. The tokens exploded. They turned into dust and disappeared. On the star path, only tokens were recognized, not people. Now that the token had exploded, they had lost their trump card to abuse their power. For a moment, their expressions changed and anger appeared on their faces. Only then did they notice that there were 4 extremely ugly monsters following beside the 3 peerless beauties. That was right. That was how they felt about Zi Chen and the others. "Who are you? Do you know what you just did?" One of the young saints shouted coldly. 3 beauties, step aside. I want to see what kind of tricks the people who dare to behave atrociously in the Huete clan have. Consider yourself unlucky. Of all places, you dare to behave atrociously here." The other saints spoke. Their words were cold, and their eyes surged with killing intent. In other places, the female cultivators also heard the commotion and saw the people in the sky. As spectators, they could clearly sense the killing intent from these people. They were very surprised and shocked. Clearly, these people knew where they were, but they still carried killing intent. Clearly, they had come prepared. Moreover, their auras were different from theirs, which meant they were from the Life Star. The cultivators, there had always been mortal enemies with the cultivators here. Among the female cultivators, there were many saints. They had all entered the saint realm by exchanging their bodies for resources from the 9 people. However, at this moment, after sensing the killing intent from these outsiders, they had no intention of helping them. Only after coming here did they understand what these people meant by the Hort family. Rather than saying that the 9 of them were members of the Huete family, it would be more accurate to say that they were abandoned children. In the eyes of outsiders, they were the high and mighty supervising emissaries. However, when they followed these emissaries here, they knew that they were all good-for-nothings who relied on their tokens to swindle others. They didn't have any resources to become a saint at all. They were only relying on their tokens to occupy places. As for the promise of becoming a saint ruler, it was even more unrealistic. This was because they couldn't go back at all. If they couldn't break through themselves, how could they help them break through? They were brought here. Other than providing them with entertainment, they couldn't get any benefits. Moreover, they didn't want to stay here for 1,000 years. Therefore, after sensing the killing intent from those people in the sky, their expressions didn't change at all. They also didn't intend to help. In fact, they even silently hoped that something else would happen. In the sky, Zichen stood indifferently. There was really nothing to talk about with these people. Moreover, the content of the conversation was very likely to be untrue. Moreover, Zichen didn't like their expressions. Therefore, Zichen waved his hand. The 7 of them directly rushed down toward the 9 saints. "You're courting death. How dare you disrespect the Huete family? We'll destroy your entire family. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. We'll let bygones be bygones. You can leave, but the women must stay. Why are you still watching the show? Why don't you come and help? Don't tell me that my resources are given to you for free." In the face of Zichen's 7 people rushing down, these people had different reactions. Zichen was the fastest. In an instant, he was in front of a saint and punched him in the head. This punch was fast and ruthless. The saint's expression changed drastically. He couldn't even react in time. Bang! The punch hit the saint's head, but it didn't explode. The saint's body swung backwards, and a ball of light appeared behind his head. There was a small person in the ball of light. The small person was the saint's soul. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. The saint's soul was blasted out by the punch. After that, Zichen grabbed the soul. The saint's soul struggled in Zichen's hand. He was clearly terrified. The saint's physical body's expression froze. His eyes were lifeless as his body fell backward. All this happened in a single punch. Before the monk and the rest arrived, one of the 9 saints was already missing. In a flash, Zichen came to the side of the second saint and punched out again. A powerful force fell on the saint's body and blasted his soul out again. The second saint fell. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but he lost his soul. All the vitality in his body dissipated. This scene made the other saints beside him tremble in fear. They shouted one after another. Some belatedly realized that these people might not have appeared here unintentionally. They must have come here on purpose. The monk, demon ape, Xingchen, and the rest followed. In a one-on-one situation, no one in the entire star path dared to say that they could completely defeat these people. Even the true direct descendant of the Jiatu family, Jitu Huangtu, who had a saint-level physical body, could only fight to a draw with Xingchen. At that time, Xingchen had just become a saint, but Jiatu Huangtu had been in this realm for many years. In this battle, the female cultivators in the distance, who had been brought here willingly, coerced, or lured here, saw the saints fall one by one. Although they knew that these people weren't the true direct descendants and could even be said to be abandoned, they still had the surname Huete and came from the Huete family. They knew many secret techniques of the Huete family and had very powerful means. But in front of these people, their means were useless, and the battle ended as soon as it started. 9 saints fell. 9 souls were left behind, trembling and begging for mercy and fear. Souls search. Chen ordered indifferently. The female cultivators in the distance didn't run away, perhaps because they were too frightened. Instead, they stood there in a daze. The soul search ended quickly, and the souls of the 9 saints dissipated. In their minds, except for all kinds of dazzling knowledge of royal maidens, there were very few records of other things. Even the heavenly path techniques they had mastered only accounted for a small part. These people were sent out after the Huete family was completely sealed. Without the supply of resources, it was impossible for them to become saint kings, and their strength wouldn't even improve. Under such circumstances, they began to enjoy the beauty of the world, enjoying the most primitive impulse, and their combat skills were constantly deteriorating. All these years, because of the token, they had never fought with anyone, and even rarely used their energy. How sad! Xingchen sighed softly. These people also didn't know where to go back, as if they were abandoned by the Huete family. However, they were sure that the entrance was on this planet, because they appeared from here, and their purpose was to guard this place. After the soul search, the monk cleaned up the battlefield. Chen stood in the air, looked down at the female cultivators, and said, "You can go now." These female cultivators were stunned at first, but then some of them showed surprise on their faces. There were also some who appeared to be at a loss. The ones who showed surprise were the saint-level female cultivators. Although they didn't have much weight in the depths of the star path, as long as they reached the edge of the star path, they were real big shots. Knowing that there was no hope of becoming a saint king, they had always wanted to leave. As for those female cultivators who didn't get any benefits, or didn't get enough to become a saint, they had nowhere to go. There will be a big battle here soon. If you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger. Chen stopped persuading them and said directly, "If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you don't want to leave, it's fine to stay here." Obviously, Chen meant that if they stayed here, they couldn't blame others if they died. After hesitating for a while, these female cultivators decided to leave. Staying here could only wait for death, and there was still a way out. Moreover, the purpose of these people's visit was very obvious. It involved a real overlord force, and it wasn't something they could participate in. What Chen did not expect was that after these people left today, they would actually establish a force that was as famous as thunder many years later. The demon ape sent these people out of the planet and opened the passage. After watching all these people leave, it turned around and returned. Su Mengyao sat down cross-legged and began to use the laws of ethereal inaction to deduce the abnormalities of this planet. This planet didn't look big, but it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time if one wanted to deduce all the places on this planet. This deduction took 2 years, and Chen and the others sat cross-legged to guard her. Just as Su Mengyao opened her eyes, a transportation formation lit up on the Tianwu continent, and LV Peng appeared in the everlasting sect. The transportation formation was finally completed. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 2271. The moment LV Peng appeared in the Wuji sect, he announced the completion of the teleportation portal. Dozens of saint-level array masters worked together and spent a lot of resources. After more than 50 years, they finally completed this significant teleportation portal. All the cultivators who came from the life star did not need to go through the long star path. They could directly reach the sinful star domain and explore the star path, seeking opportunities on it. When the teleportation portal was completed and LV Peng appeared, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the others also appeared. Looking at the bright teleportation portal, they were very excited. This step was something that none of the heaven-defying cultivators in history could complete. This was an unprecedented feat, and it was extremely significant to the Life Star. Without the sacrifices of the predecessors, there would be no choices for the future generations. This time, Zichen used the promise of a sacred weapon in exchange for a teleportation portal that was significant to the Life Star, but not to him. Just like Lei Dong's choice in the past, this was a sacrifice. After the teleportation portal was completed, Wang Xian, and the others also appeared in the Wuji sect. Under normal circumstances, this was something that could not be completed even after countless years. However, at this moment, they only needed an extremely short period of time to return. Where's Zichen? Looking at these familiar faces, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage did not find any trace of Zichen and asked. Zichen went to the depths of the star path. He said that if the teleportation portal is completed in advance, all the great sages are to go to the sinful star. Wang Xian'er said. However, Zichen said that if all the great sages have fully recovered their strength, they cannot enter the star path. It is said that once a great sage appears on the star path, some special beings will sense it. We are still lacking some things to recover from our injuries. We are only sacred kings now, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said with a smile. Sacred kings can travel on the star path. If all the great sages have nothing else to do, you can enter the sinful star domain now. Before Zichen left, he still has some arrangements that he needs all the great sages to complete. All right, let's go. On the same day, a group of ancient and famous beings stepped onto the star path. At the moment they had entered Sin Star area, the fighting competence of the Life Stars had rocketed. With these experts keeping watch, other than the 3 overlords in the Star Road, the other forces would not be able to contend with them. After the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest arrived, they quickly understood the layout of the Star Road. Holding the token that Zichen had left behind, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, "Let's go. Let's finish the path that the little guy didn't finish." The other saints nodded in agreement. Among the saints, there was the Thunder Sage Beast, the Yinzhong Grand Sage, Rosefinch, the Xuanwu Grand Sage, the White Tiger Grand Sage, Fairy Ling Shuang, the saint who forged the heavenly weapon for Zichen, and other older generation saints. These people were much more powerful than Zichen and the others when they ventured deeper, both in terms of realm and combat power. Su Mengyao opened her eyes and looked at the dense forest in front of her. Is it in that direction? Zichen followed Su Mengyao's gaze and asked, "It's beside that tree." Su Mengyao pointed at the ancient tree in front of her. Then she clasped her hands together and made a few hand signs. Her unique energy appeared in front of her and started to condense. Usually, when one needed to open up a space, Su Mengyao only needed to point her finger. However, her expression was very serious now. She even needed to make hand signs and accumulate energy. It was clear that this place was not only difficult to deduce, but its defense was also unprecedentedly strong. After 3 breaths, Su Mengyao released the light of energy in front of her. The light landed beside the ancient tree and caused the space around it to tremble. Then, a ripple of energy appeared and spread in all directions. This ripple carried a very strong offensive power. Wherever it passed, all the ancient trees were instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The energy quickly came to the side of Zichen and the rest. Energy shields appeared around them. Under the vibration of the ripple, the shields trembled continuously. It was equivalent to the attack of a powerful saint. This kind of vibrating energy lasted for a full 15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, there was nothing left on the planet. Everything had been reduced to dust. If it had been an ordinary saint, they would have perished under this constant barrage of attacks for 15 minutes. After the vibration of energy disappeared, a spatial passage appeared in front of everyone. The spatial passage looked very unstable. From time to time, waves of pure energy would spurt out from it. There was no energy in the void. The situation in front of them was a little special. After waiting for another 15 minutes outside the spatial passage, not only did the spatial passage not stabilize, but it became more and more unstable. It was as if there was a sea of energy on the other side of the space. After a gap opened, the energy kept pouring in. "We can't go on like this. We should go and take a look," Monk said in a deep voice. Zichen nodded and said, "Send a clone over first." Zichen's clone was still in the Wuji sect, so the clone he condensed would be far less powerful than his real body. It would be greatly restricted. Buddhist light flashed on Monk's body. The authentic Buddhist golden body was activated. After this clone of Monk appeared, it directly flew toward the energy passage in front of them. He was very fast. Buddhist light surged around his body. The strongest defense appeared on the surface of his body as he entered the passage. Everyone stared at the passage until Monk's clone disappeared. Then they turned back to look at Monk. After a while, Monk's eyes flashed with bright light. He said, "There's no danger inside, but it will definitely surprise you." As he spoke, he was the first to walk into the passage. "You'd better hurry up. If you're late, this passage might be destroyed." Zichen and the others followed closely behind. Their bodies were covered with a defensive light shield, allowing the energy storm to wreak havoc. Then they passed through the passage. After passing through the passage, they came to another star field. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The void, which was supposed to be empty, was now like a frozen world. The energy between heaven and earth had completely solidified and formed into crystals. At a glance, it was almost impossible to distinguish which were saint crystals and which were energy crystals. The entire void was filled with colorful and solidified energy light. It was very beautiful. At this moment, because of the passage that had forcibly appeared behind them, some changes had occurred in this fixed energy world. The solid energy was attracted. Some saint crystals were rotating at high speed and flew toward them. This beautiful world began to move. Amitabha, these people are too wasteful. There's so many resources, but they don't use them. They are completely wasted here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Monk couldn't help but exclaim. This void was supposed to be empty, but at this moment it was filled with solid energy. Moreover, there was no lack of huge planets in it. It should be that after it was sealed, it hasn't been collected. There are indeed a lot of resources. It can create a lot of powerhouses. Looking at this world full of energy, Zichen could also imagine that this should be the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. Similarly, in these years, the Jiadu family must have obtained so many resources. Who knew how many powerhouses they had cultivated? Meng Yao, seal the passage first. Otherwise, with so much energy rioting, the passage will be blown up. Zichen ordered. If there was no passage, they couldn't get out. There are so many resources. Can you take them all? Monk asked worriedly, but while talking, he didn't stay idle. Instead, he began to look for saint crystals in this solid energy with his clone, and then put them into his space. Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but tease. What are you collecting these saint crystals for? The most precious resources here are those planets. Look at how many there are here. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. You can go and collect them. Listening to Zichen's teasing, Monk said with some annoyance, "Do you think I don't want to? But if I want to collect these planets, it will take too much energy. It's better to collect these saint crystals." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They have known Monk for a long time and know how greedy this guy is. Everyone, don't stay idle. Collect as many as you can. Zichen took out the universe origin cauldron, and an ancient saint aura began to spread. Those who were about to leave, after sensing this aura, turned their heads and looked at Zichen's hand. Is this the universe origin cauldron? Xingqian asked. Zichen nodded and said, Yes, but it's not in its strongest state. However, it's much stronger than an ordinary saint weapon. In Zichen's hand, the universe origin cauldron trembled slightly, forming a ripple that spread out. Wherever the ripple passed, the solidified energy in the surroundings disappeared. The universe origin cauldron left Zichen's hand and flew forward. As it moved forward, the universe origin cauldron rotated, and the roars of beasts rang out. The universe origin cauldron began to expand. Looking at the expanding universe origin cauldron, Monk's eyes lit up. He stared at it without blinking and suddenly asked, There are so many resources. Can you collect them all? Zichen replied, If there's enough time, I can collect them even if there are 100 times more. Monk heard this and stopped collecting the saint crystals. He said directly, Since it's such a good thing, why don't you let me try to control it? Go play by the side. How could Zichen not know what Monk was thinking? He sneered and rushed forward. The solidified energy crystals here were the purest form of energy. They were true resources. Perhaps they were useless to saints like them, but to those heavenly states, they were good stuff. While controlling the universal origin cauldron to move forward, Zichen opened up his mind and used his spiritual senses to explore his own world before opening it up. P.S. Cold is very uncomfortable. In the end, I still drank the medicine. Good customs must be continued, but one must act according to one's ability. In the new year, I wish everyone good health. I really hope that I can have 1/10,000th of Zichen's body. I don't ask for strength, just not to fall sick. Chapter 2272. In this star road, even a heaven-defying cultivator like him would be suppressed and unable to let living creatures, such as physical bodies, enter. However, these pure energies could be collected. Hence, Zichen opened up his mind and turned himself into a black hole, absorbing the surrounding solid energy crystals. Boom! The universal origin cauldron was still expanding. However, as it expanded, there was a huge suction force coming from it, as if a door to another world had opened. Under this violent suction force, the surrounding resources disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, due to the huge commotion, the universal origin cauldron that was absorbing resources was constantly rumbling. Xingqian and the others didn't stay idle either. They went straight to those planets. These planets represented resources. Although it would take some time to collect them, they could still collect as much as they could. You bald bastard, we are making too much of a ruckus. We will definitely alarm the people of the Huate family. Hurry up and collect the planets for me. Zichen couldn't help but curse as he looked at the monk who was still collecting Saint Crystals. Why don't you go? The monk looked at Zichen in dissatisfaction. Can't you see that my 2 clones have already gone? The 2 clones represented extreme yin and extreme yang. They didn't have a world in their bodies, so they couldn't use it to collect energy. They could only seal the planets. Lord Zheng's clones have also gone. Can't you see? The monk couldn't help but sneer. The devil ape went to refine the planets. As he was moving forward, his body suddenly flashed and thousands of devil apes appeared. The combat strength of these devil apes might not be strong, but in this place, they didn't need much combat strength. With so many devil apes working together, it would be hundreds to thousands of Saint Crystals. This scene left the monk dumbfounded. He was filled with envy. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen's body flashed, and many Zichen appeared. They also went straight to those planets. Arhut clones. Do you think Lord Zheng doesn't have any? The monk snorted and summoned dozens of clones. These clones had strong combat strength, but unfortunately the efficiency of collecting Saint Crystals wasn't high. I miscalculated. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought everyone here. While collecting the surrounding solid energy, Zichen felt a sense of regret. If he could bring all the cultivators in the nefarious starfield here, it would be a piece of cake for him to claim the resources. However, such considerations were obviously unrealistic. For the resources in front of them, the speed at which they collected them was too slow. Moreover, the most important resources could not be collected in a short period of time. Zichen no longer controlled his own world. He had turned into a black hole and allowed the world to absorb the energy around him. All of his spiritual senses were focused on the universal origin cauldron. Now he could only rely on this sacred weapon to collect as many resources as possible, especially those planets that could create too many saints. They had to be taken away. Expand. With a thought, Zichen's soul began to frantically pour into the universal origin cauldron. The beastly roars coming from the cauldron grew louder and louder, and the surface of the cauldron began to burn with raging flames. At the same time, the cauldron began to expand. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, and it was still expanding. With such a large cauldron opening, it began to devour the surrounding resources. The commotion became even greater. "Avatars, come and help me!" Zichen shouted in a low voice. His two avatars, Zenith Yin and Zenith Yang, returned and sat cross-legged beside Zichen. The three of them worked together to control the cauldron. The cauldron continued to expand and soon reached 10,000 feet in size. The energy reserves in Zichen's body, which were as vast as the ocean, were rapidly depleting. This was the price he had to pay to fully control the sacred weapon. At the same time, his perfect soul was also rapidly depleting. Although the amount of resources entering the world of Pill Cauldron with every breath was immeasurable, Zichen could not bear such consumption. "Elder, help me." Such an opportunity only came once in his life. If he missed it, it would be gone forever. Therefore, Zichen called out to the cauldron spirit, who was still fusing with his soul. The cauldron spirit soon woke up. When it saw the scene before its eyes, it was astonished. So many resources. Where is this place? The House of Hort. We don't have much time. Let's try to collect those planets before they discover us. This was Zichen's objective. Collecting sacred crystals and other resources was really nothing. What was truly important was those planets. The saints created from those planets had much higher potential than those created from sacred crystals. Boom! The awakened cauldron spirit no longer spoke. It worked together with Zichen to control the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron expanded to 20,000 feet in size. Immediately after, it expanded at a speed of 10,000 feet. My soul has yet to reach its peak. If it were at its peak, collecting these things would be a piece of cake. While the cauldron was expanding rapidly, the cauldron spirit's somewhat regretful voice sounded. However, the speed at which the cauldron was expanding had already astonished Zichen and the others. Just imagine the scene of such a huge cauldron devouring the surrounding resources with all its might. At this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned into a vortex. The resources in the void revolved around the vortex before being sucked into the cauldron. The universal origin cauldron expanded to 100,000 feet in size. It continued to expand until it could envelop an entire planet. Soon after, the universal origin cauldron began to move. It arrived below a planet and exerted a powerful suction force on the planet. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the planet began to tremble and slowly descend. This method was undoubtedly much faster than the others, condensing the planets. Moreover, during the process of the planet's descent, the boundless solid energies and sacred crystals in the surroundings were constantly being sucked into the cauldron. Rumbling sounds could be heard throughout the void. All kinds of radiances flashed unceasingly. While the universal origin cauldron was collecting the planets, the others were not idling around. They were all condensing the planets. The so-called condensing here was not refining. Instead, they were standing outside of the planet and releasing streams of energy onto the planet to seal the planet with their great transcendence energy. It was just like the sealed planet that Ja Tu and Huang Tu had given to Zichen. Naturally, everyone knew how to seal a planet. However, LV Peng, a formation master, was much faster at sealing a planet. None of them were idling around. Moreover, as time passed, they became more and more nervous. After all, this situation was no different from a robbery. Moreover, they were right in front of someone else's door. Perhaps in the next moment, powerful existences would appear and besiege them. Boom! The void trembled. Finally, an enormous void zone appeared in the sky. It was a planet that had been sucked into the universal origin cauldron. With the assistance of Zichen and the cauldron spirit, it took them 15 minutes to do so. Immediately after, the universal origin cauldron moved again and landed below another planet. According to the calculation of collecting a planet in a quarter of an hour, if he wanted to collect all the planets in this void space, it would take him years to calculate. The number of planets that had accumulated in this space over the past hundreds of thousands of years was simply too many. Just think about it. A vast void that required aircraft to travel through was actually filled with energy. How many planets would be hidden in this energy? Rumble. The sky trembled again as another planet was sucked into the universal origin cauldron. Taking away 2 planets would allow them to create about 10 saints. But it was clearly far from their goal this time. Time was of the essence. No one knew when the Huete clan's cultivators would discover what was happening and come out to stop them. The atmosphere that was still rather relaxed became more and more tense. The party began to collect the planets with all their might. There was no more banter during this period. Every one of them used their most powerful techniques, without any intention of holding back. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Under the powerful cooperation of Zichen and the cauldron spirit, the 3rd planet was sucked into the universal origin cauldron. Then the 4th planet, the 5th planet, the 6th planet, the 10th planet. Obtaining 10 planets this time was undoubtedly a huge gain. For this trip, it was completely worth it. In the void, rainbow-colored lights flashed like lightning and thunder. Above Tyrant's head, the enormous planet finally began to shrink little by little under the enhancement of the seals. When the planet shrunk to the size of a palm, Tyrant smiled with satisfaction and kept the planet. During this period, Zichen had collected as many as 20 planets using the universal origin cauldron. Then, the demonic ape, Xingchen, and the others also collected a planet each. The void that was originally a solid state of energy once again turned into a small area of nothingness after the disappearance of the 20 planets and a large amount of energy. However, compared to the entire void, the total amount of resources collected by Zichen and the others was probably less than 1,000th of the total amount. While collecting resources, the universal origin cauldron was still expanding. In the end, Zichen's speed also became faster and faster. Initially, the sound wasn't very loud. However, in the end, it carried obvious vibrations that caused the entire space to tremble. The tremors continued to spread to the depths of the void and eventually to a large planet nearby. There seemed to be a layer of restriction on the surface of the planet. The entire planet appeared to be in a petrified state. As the tremors grew louder and louder, the surface of the petrified planet gradually began to glow. After the petrified surface completely disappeared, the entire planet began to glow and release the aura of life. This planet that had been sealed for God knows how many tens of thousands of years once again glowed with new vitality. The space on the surface of the planet distorted and formed a space-time tunnel. A figure walked out of it. He had a relatively young face. When he came out and saw the scene before him, he was rather surprised. However, when he sensed the vibrations coming from all around him, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by anger. P.S. I'm going to pay a New Year's visit on the 2nd day of the New Year. This is one of the few manuscripts I have saved up. I've been unable to make ends meet for the past few days. Chapter 2273. The young man who walked out was a saint. Seeing that this place was completely filled with energy, he was very surprised, very surprised. There were many planets in his line of sight. These were truly great opportunities for the cultivators on the star path. For these resources, they would risk their lives for them. But these resources only surprised the other party for a moment. After that, the tremors made the other party show anger on his face. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, who is it?" His voice reverberated in the void, passing through the solid energy and spreading to even further places. But his words obviously did not get any response. In this void, the tremors that should have sounded did not weaken at all. In fact, they became even more intense. Damn it! A murderous intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he rushed forward. Around him, saint energy surged, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, all the solid energy was instantly turned into dust. All the saint crystals were also destroyed in an instant, exploding and dissipating into the world. In the eyes of the world, resources were just obstacles in the other party's way. He did not feel any heartache for destroying these resources. Soon, a straight passageway appeared in this solid world. As if sensing that the tremors were still at the edge, the saint impatiently took out his aircraft, entered it, and began to move forward in a straight line. Along the way, except for the planets, everything else around him would be destroyed. Angry voices quickly spread to the outside world, announcing that this secret incident had been discovered. If they retreated now, they might be able to avoid a battle. But looking at the resources in front of them, looking at these planets that could produce so many saints, could they retreat so decisively? The answer was definitely no. Not to mention the greedy monk who refused to leave. Even Zi-Chin, who had maintained his rationality, would definitely fight for these resources. Only one person came, and he's a saint. Su Mengyao, who was not far away, spoke. Her words clearly showed her position and attitude. A mere saint is not worth mentioning. My clone will slap him to death. The monk's eyes revealed a fierce light, revealing his evil side. His clone went straight in. Since only one person came, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Try to buy as much time as possible. Zi-Chen's heart moved, and he immediately said. The monk snorted, somewhat unwilling, but he did not refute. The others did not speak and continued to collect the planets. At this moment, each of them had collected 2 planets, and Zi-Chen had used the universe origin cauldron to collect dozens of planets. Zi-Chen's meaning was very clear. Even the smart monk naturally understood his meaning. His clone began to move quickly. There was no path in front of him, so his clone carefully created a path, collecting all the saint crystals it encountered along the way. In his mind, these things, of course, he would not let them go to waste. Speaking, the monk's heart's heart. His clone, who was carefully advancing forward, almost exploded in anger when he saw the flying machine and the constantly dissipating energy and saint crystals. Of Buddha's asterisk, of the monk, of the saint. The monk quickly moved forward, his body shining with Buddhist light. He used a Buddhist sound wave ability, and a golden ripple spread forward. Wherever the ripple passed, the solid energy shattered, but the saint crystals remained intact. It was obvious that even an angry monk would still think that these things were his and should not be destroyed. The saint in the aircraft was a little dizzy from this sound wave. In addition, he could also hear a strong sense of anger in this sound wave. His figure flashed, and he walked out of the aircraft. He stood in front of the monk, ready to scold him and say a few words like courting death. But before he could speak, the monk shouted first, "You little thief, do you know where this place is? Can't you see how many resources have been destroyed? Open your eyes wide and let me take a good look. What are these things around you? Don't you know how to be careful? You're a saint, but you don't even know this. You're infuriating me." The young saint, who was about to speak, was dumbfounded. He felt a little dazed by the monk's barrage of questions, and he did not know how to answer. "These are clearly my things, okay? You're obviously a thief. What's wrong with me destroying things that belong to my family? But you're a thief. Not only do you not have the slightest awareness of a thief, you even dare to question me, the owner. Faced with the monk's questions, he did not know whether to answer or not to answer. You little thief, why don't you quickly withdraw your energy? Can't you see that you're still destroying things? The monk spoke again. His face, which was supposed to be benevolent, was now full of anger. These things belong to my family. Seeing the monk, who was supposed to be a thief, speak so righteously, the young saint had to speak up. I know, but I can't waste them. Look at you, these. Before the monk could finish speaking, an even stronger energy wave surged out of the young saint's body. This wave swept across a radius of 1,000 meters, and all the energy within 1,000 meters disappeared in an instant. The saint crystals also turned to dust, and the place returned to the void. You damn thief! How dare you not listen to Lord Zheng's advice? You must die! Seeing the things that belonged to him being destroyed, just like that, the monk felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. His eyes turned red, and he rushed toward the young saint without hesitation. The monk, who was rushing forward, had a ferocious aura like a golden beast. The aura that spread out was extremely oppressive, and it caused the young saint from the Huate clan to change his expression drastically. His expression became very solemn. It had to be said that this monk, who did not know his priorities, was the strongest opponent he had ever met. The monk was really angry, and the Buddhist light around him became very terrifying. He was going to kill him. He would never let anyone destroy his things. You bald thief, you should understand the situation before attacking. These things don't belong to your family. They belong to someone else. Seeing that the monk was about to rush in front of the young saint and kill him in an instant, Zi Chen's voice echoed in the monk's mind. That spiritual voice transmission, which even contained some deliberate attacks, woke up the monk, who had lost his mind due to the heartache. As he rushed forward, his powerful aura was quickly retracted. By the time he arrived in front of the young saint, it had already dissipated. Pum! There was a loud explosion, and the saint with a solemn expression was sent flying. The defense around his body did not shatter, and he only stopped when he smashed into his aircraft. The monk's attack did not affect him in the slightest, and it seemed like it was all bark and no bite. After seeing that there were no injuries on his body, the solemn young saint revealed a mocking expression. I thought you were strong, but you're just SOSO. Farther away, the people who had their spiritual senses landed here knew very well that if it had not been for Zi Chen's timely voice transmission, the greedy monk, who did not know his priorities, would have really killed the saint. Humph! Lord Zheng wants to tell you that you should know how to cherish things. Thief! It's shameful to waste things. The monk stood where the young saint had been standing and looked at him coldly. This belongs to my family. You're the thief. Although I don't know how you got here. Since you're here, die. The young saint smiled coldly at the monk and began to rush forward. He seemed to have used some kind of secret technique, and his speed was very fast. In an instant, he was in front of the monk, and he threw a punch at the monk's face. The monk, who had already regained his senses, knew very well what he should do at this moment. Therefore, he decisively raised his hand slowly and blocked the attack before it could reach him. Bang! Energy vibrated, and the monk took 2 steps back. After stabilizing his body, he took the initiative to counterattack. This attack was very sharp, but he was a little slower than the other party. His palm brushed past the other party's face, and the other party took the opportunity to kick the monk in the chest. The powerful force caused the monk to retreat again. Thief, you're just SOL. Sensing the other party's speed and strength, the young saint became more and more disdainful. That's what Lord Zheng wants to say. You're just SOL, you thief. The monk smiled and rushed towards the other party again. As he rushed forward, the monk formed a seal with both hands and began to use the heavenly path technique. A dazzling golden swastika that was surging with Buddhist light appeared and headed straight for the young saint. Spirit Destruction Seal. Seeing the monk's attack, the young saint smiled coldly and also formed a seal with both hands. A spiritual seal emitting a dazzling light appeared in front of him. It contained a powerful aura and collided with the swastika. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and the swastika exploded instantly. The spiritual seal continued to move forward for a while before exploding. Both parties were still evenly matched, and the young saint had a slight upper hand. Again, the monk sat cross-legged, and his body shone with Buddhist light. He was like a Buddha, and his appearance was solemn. The swastika appeared in front of him again. This time, whether it was the power or aura, it was much stronger than before. It was like an upgraded version of the attack. Spirit Destruction Seal, second style. The young saint shouted, and the seals in his hands also changed. Another seal that was stronger than before appeared. As he formed the seal, he was sneering in his heart. This idiot monk wanted to compete with him in heavenly path technique. He was simply asking for it. One must know that the Hort family had existed for so many years, and who knew how many heavenly path techniques they had collected. Moreover, they had specialized resources to comprehend them. He also knew several powerful heavenly path techniques. In the distance, the crowd was not interested in watching a battle of this level. They only hoped that this battle would last as long as possible. It would be best if it could last for a few decades and let them take away all the resources here. Chapter 2274. In the void, the two of them were having a great time fighting. Saint Force continued to spread out, destroying countless solid energies and saint crystals. The monk had woken up and knew that these things were not his. Fortunately, he no longer felt heartache and let loose. After all, they belonged to someone else. Since the other party did not care, he did not need to care either. Moreover, he could not take all of these things away. If he left them behind, it would allow the other party to create more saints. Therefore, it was better to destroy as much as possible. One had to admit that the monk's change in mentality was much faster than ordinary people. In a battle, the monk was always weaker than the other party. Obviously, this was an act, but the other party was not a fool. In the void, far away, rumbling sounds kept resounding. Colorful lights flashed in the sky like lightning. Such a scene was enough to show that there were other people around, and they were collecting the resources here. To be honest, the other party did not care about these resources. All these years, the people of the Hua Te family had not come out, so no one took care of the resources here. However, not caring and giving them to others were two completely different things. They could destroy these resources, but they would not give them away for free, let alone someone from the Life Star. The saint from the Hua Te family borrowed the force to retreat. He then took out something like a voice transmission talisman and was about to send a message to ask for help. Bang! Seeing this, the monk suddenly sped up. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and the voice transmission talisman exploded instantly. You, the saint from the Hua Te family, was obviously shocked by the monk's speed. He subconsciously retreated. I won't kill you for now, but I can't let you send a message. The aura around the monk suddenly became turbulent. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and he no longer showed any mercy. The saint looked a little flustered. He began to display his powerful techniques, one by one. However, the heavenly path technique he thought was powerful was useless against the monk. Bang! With just a simple palm strike, the powerful heaven's path divine art would immediately dissipate. After a few simple moves, the young man was stopped by the monk. The monk forcibly extracted his soul and began to search his soul. During the soul search, the monk had to ensure that the other party's soul would not collapse because of it. A moment later, Tyrant finished his soul searching, and his face turned ugly. Everyone, let's speed up. Perhaps it won't be long before the Sage King comes out of seclusion. Facing the fear of death, the saint's soul trembled and begged for mercy. But it was obviously useless. The monk would never let him go back. Furthermore, the current situation wouldn't last for long. After Zichen collected the 3 planets, the saints who hadn't waited for the young man to return walked out again. 3 people walked out of the spatial tunnel. The 3 of them were surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. However, their expressions did not change much as they boarded the aircraft and flew forward. "There are 3 saints this time." Su Mingyao's voice rang out again as soon as the 3 of them appeared. "Demon Ape, Xingchen, you 2 go as well. Let's end this quickly," Zichen instructed. It was clearly different from before. The 3 of them were now on guard, so the battle had to end as quickly as possible. But this was on the premise that the 3 of them could not send a message. But they could not die either. The aircraft soon arrived in front of Tyrant. The 3 of them walked out. After seeing the obvious traces of battle, the leading saint looked at Tyrant and asked indifferently, "Where's Duo Li?" Tyrant raised the ball of soul light in his hand and said, "Here, you're courting death." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them, and they rushed forward without saying anything. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, 2 rays of light appeared from both sides. It was Demon Ape and Xingchen. One of them held a black staff, while the other held a Xingchen spear. They attacked the 2 saints on both sides. Facing the sudden attack, the 3 of them did not panic. During this time, the saints on both sides charged at Demon Ape and Xingchen, while the one at the front went straight for Tyrant. A long sword appeared in the saint's hand that was charging at Demon Ape. The tip of the sword surged with a cold aura as it pierced towards Demon Ape. Boom! The black staff landed forcefully with a powerful aura, shattering the long sword in one hit. Then, the powerful force landed on the saint's body, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward. Losing in one hit, the saint's face was filled with shock. He instinctively wanted to send a message for help. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and Demon Ape was already in front of him, slapping his forehead with a palm. In the face of danger, the saint could only defend himself first. With a loud shout, layers of defense appeared on the surface of his body. But it was useless. Demon Ape's palm was very powerful. It instantly destroyed the saint's defense and imprinted on the saint's forehead, causing his soul to be shaken out. Demon Ape had already succeeded. Opposite him, Xingchen's spear had also pierced through his opponent's chest, ending the battle. Amiba, the saint at the front, was obviously the strongest of the 3. He was not weak. When he charged forward, his killing intent had already locked onto Tyrant. But as Tyrant put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, a swastika appeared and sent the saint flying. Then, Tyrant stepped forward and decisively took the saint's soul. Looking at the saint's frightened face in the soul that was taken away, Tyrant said disdainfully, "You are just small fries. Are you worthy of being Lord Zheng's opponent? Lord Zheng is the most talented person on the Life Star." Hearing Tyrant's words and personally feeling Tyrant's power, the saint who only had his soul left had an ashen expression. If what Tyrant said was true, they were indeed no match for him, unless the top geniuses of their family were born. But now was not the time. Those top geniuses could not be born. In the Hort family, no one at the same level could be their opponent. Tyrant stopped searching the saint's soul. Looking at the straight passage ahead, he said, 1-3. Will there be 5 next time? The 3rd wave of saints appeared quickly. There were indeed 5 of them. Zichen signaled Bright Moon and Brilliant to attack. The 5 of them joined hands and decisively destroyed the enemy. During this period, Zichen took another 5 planets. Then, more than 10 saints appeared. With the appearance of these saints, they could no longer finish the battle quickly. Soon, news was sent back to the Hort family. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Zichen, who was still controlling the universe origin cauldron, said coldly. Thus, the soul power of the saint's soul that he had captured earlier was completely dispersed, leaving only the pure soul. Go to hell. Without the restriction, everyone's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased by a lot. The special black rod in the demon ape's hand continuously smashed at the saints. Strike after strike, strike after strike, each strike stronger than the one before. Every strike that came into contact with the black rod instantly crumbled. The saints who collided with the black stick were either killed or seriously injured. Brilliant stood in the sky. As his jade finger pointed forward, a saint would cough up blood and fall back. These saints from the Hort family all had extraordinary fighting strength. They could be considered the best among those at the same level. However, compared to Brilliant, Xing-Chen, and the others, they were far inferior in terms of birth and origin. Xing-Chen was needless to say. In the entire star race, there was only one son of Xing-Chen. Bright Moon and Brilliant were the same. They were unique existences among their respective races. The monk was the combination of good and evil. He had mastered almost all the remarkable powers of the Buddhist sect. These remarkable powers were all famous. The devil ape belonged to the sky-rending battle ape bloodline. This bloodline adhered to battle, transforming and advancing in battle. Moreover, as one of the few existences who had broken through to the saint realm in the first wave, the devil ape's comprehension and battle strength were absolutely proportional. More importantly, the demon ape came from the saint burial ground. It was not an ordinary sky-splitting battle ape. There was no suspense in this battle. It ended with the elimination of all the enemies. Immediately after, the Hort family showed Ziqin and the others their foundation. The saints of their family began to fly over in large batches. Their numbers were increasing. Mengyao, come back! After sensing that too many saints of the Hort family had come, Ziqin sent a message to Su Mengyao, asking her to come back. Su Mengyao was not good at fighting. She would be at a disadvantage in such a chaotic battle. Su Mengyao nodded and retreated. Her white dress fluttered. She knew her own strength and did not show off too much. Xing-Chen, the demon ape, the monk, Brilliant, and Bright Moon began to charge forward, fighting with the dozens of saints of the Hort family. This time, the Huate clan had displayed their power. They seemed to have an endless supply of saints. Every time one was killed, more saints would appear. However, the monk and the other four showed them the special fighting strength of these special existences on the life star. There were only 5 of them, but each of them could fight a group of people alone. In the midst of this energy clash, more solid energies and Saint Crystal shattered, and more nothingness appeared. In the void, Saint Blood splashed. The 5 turned into flowing lights. Wherever they passed, saints fell and died. During this time, other than the monk, Xing-Chen and the other 3 were still dodging, sometimes dodging one attack after another. However, the monk, who had the strongest defense, was completely rampaging. He was the most efficient at killing enemies. Among those of the same level, how could the saints who did not have saint weapons break through the monk's strongest defense? Ziqin, who was still collecting resources, could not help but marvel at the monk's strong defense. It was so strong that it had surpassed Ziqin's physical body. The saints of the Hort family came and died in large numbers. They came quickly and died quickly. These people could not do anything to the 5. After a battle, they suffered heavy casualties, but they did not cause any fatal injuries to the 5. Seeing that the death rate was increasing, these saints were afraid. They no longer fearlessly charged forward to die, but began to retreat. Such a sacrifice was obviously not worth it, because very soon, even more powerful experts would be born. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths. This roar carried a strong saint aura. Is it a great saint? Feeling the saint aura in this roar, the monk and the demon ape changed their expressions and looked into the depths. Chapter 2275. It's not a supreme saint, it's a sage ruler. Xing-Chen walked over and fought alongside the 2 of them. He said in a low voice, "In this world, the probability of a great sage appearing is very low. Even such an aristocratic family can't possibly have a supreme saint. Xing Chen's words were very certain because this was another secret of the star path. Jia Tu and Huang Tu were the ones who revealed this secret, so they had no reason to lie to them. This was also why Zi Qin dared to bring 6 people to an overlord aristocratic family. Is it a sage ruler? Su Mengyao, who was beside Zi Qin, turned her head and asked. Zi Qin nodded and said, "It should be." In the previous battle, he had joined forces with Xing Qin and the others and almost killed a supreme saint. This time there were more experts in their team and their combat strength was much stronger. He believed that they wouldn't be in such a sorry state when facing a sage ruler. The monk and the other 4 were there. Zi Chen continued to turn back and collect a new planet with all his might. This was a void, and the surrounding solid energy and saint crystals had all been shattered, leaving behind only a few stars floating in the void. The saints in the distance who had retreated in fear saw Zi Qin and Su Mengyao, as well as the universal origin cauldron collecting the planets, but they didn't have the strength or the courage to stop it. The sage ruler's aura swept over from afar, bringing with it a strong, oppressive aura. The retreating saints parted to the sides, and a middle-aged man appeared. Wherever he passed, all the saints bowed to him respectfully. The sage ruler's gaze swept across these saints, and he snorted coldly. A group of saints couldn't even deal with 5 people. This was simply a disgrace to the Hort aristocratic family. That snort was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the hearts of all the saints. Some of the injured saints instantly paled and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Trash! The sage ruler's indifferent gaze swept past these saints before looking at the 5 people in front of him. A strange light flashed through the saint ruler's eyes when he saw that there were actually 2 beauties among the 5. But at his level, beauty was no longer everything to him. I haven't come out for so many years. I didn't expect that the scoundrels on this life star have become so bold. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Holy King sneered at the 5 of them. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble came from afar as a huge planet shrank continuously before entering the cosmos origin cauldron. This scene attracted the attention of the sacred ruler. His gaze shifted to the universal origin cauldron in the distance. Immediately after, his pupils abruptly shrank. It was very obvious that he had already sensed the extraordinariness of the large cauldron. A wisp of greed flashed through the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Go and take that cauldron!" The group of saints behind the Saint King looked at each other when they heard this. Previously they were beaten back. They tried many times, but still couldn't break through, suffering great losses. Trash! I'll deal with these guys! The Holy King snorted discontentedly as his aura began to surge. His pair of cold eyes locked onto the 5 of them. These saints heaved a sigh of relief as they purposely went around the 5 of them, intending to charge at Zi Qin. Shwa! 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 At this moment, Xing Qin, Demon Ape, Brilliant Light, and Mingyu turned into streams of light and dispersed as they charged at the saints. Seeing the 4 of them, the saints shuddered and retreated once again. You're courting death! Seeing that there was only a bald man in front of him, the Holy King's eyes narrowed. The feeling of being looked down upon ignited the anger in his heart. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He raised his hand and waved his palm, preparing to attack. Amitabha. At this moment, a Buddhist chant resounded as Tyrant made the first move. A huge swastika print emitted a bright and dazzling Buddhist light as it charged at the Holy King. The swastika print enlarged as it moved forward, surging with a powerful aura. The Holy King raised his palm and struck the swastika print, causing the void to tremble. This swastika print that could obliterate a saint instantly shattered under the Holy King's attack. The Holy King's lips curled into a disdainful smile, as though he wanted to scoff and say that Tyrant was overestimating himself. Swastika. After his attack failed, The tyrant sat cross-legged in the void with his palms together. His body shone with Buddhist light as a light wheel appeared behind him like a Buddha. The first word of the 6-syllable mantra appeared. The void began to distort as the syllable reverberated in the void, bringing with it an inexplicable energy. The saints from before coughed up blood without warning as they retreated in horror. At this moment, with the tyrant as the center, the sound of the swastika reverberated within a radius of 3,000 meters, filled with a destructive force. Faced with this energy, the Holy King remained expressionless as he took a step forward, the energy around him surging. The tyrant's sound wave that expanded to a radius of 3,000 meters became distorted as though it was about to collapse. A second light wheel appeared behind the tyrant along with the second syllable, swastika. The distorted void stabilized once again. With the additional word of the mantra, the radius of 3,000 meters expanded to 5,000 meters. Within 5,000 meters, golden light filled the void as the Buddhist light shone brightly as the 2 syllables reverberated. The saints who had just retreated started coughing up blood as their eyes lost their focus. Their faces were filled with horror as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. The mantra of the Buddhist sect is just SOSO. The Holy King's indifferent voice rang out as the 2 syllables reverberated in the void. His voice was like a heavy hammer that reverberated in the void. After hearing the Holy King's voice, the horrified saints came to their senses and immediately retreated into the distance. Xing Chen and the rest who were charging ahead also moved out of the range of the tyrant's attack. This kind of attack was indiscriminate. As long as one was within the range, they would be attacked regardless of whether it was good or bad. The tyrant's 2 syllables had no effect on the Holy King. He took another step forward and crossed a few hundred meters as his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Swastika. The tyrant's 3rd syllable was heard as a 3rd light wheel appeared behind him. The original radius of 5,000 meters expanded to 7,000 meters at this moment. The Holy King was still sneering as he took another step forward. This step was nearly 200 meters away. At this moment, he was less than 300 meters away from the tyrant. It was almost a 2-step distance. The tyrant didn't seem to notice this as he looked at the Holy King with a benevolent smile. The 4th light wheel appeared behind him. After the 4th light wheel appeared, the 5th light wheel appeared immediately. Swastika, swastika. The 4th and 5th syllables appeared almost at the same time. The tyrant's Buddhist light lingered within a radius of 10,000 meters. The energy formed by the 5 syllables was constantly vibrating, causing the space to start distorting on its own. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, the distorted space was extremely dangerous. However, when the people watching from afar saw this scene, they didn't sense any danger at all. There was even a kind of peaceful and benevolent feeling. If the distorted space was a dangerous, world-destroying beast, then the feeling that this beast gave off right now was that it had been tamed. Not only did it not have the slightest hint of ferocity, but it also seemed very obedient. It had to be said that this was a kind of perceptual illusion. Once one stepped into it, they would die instantly. This could be seen from the surging energy around the Holy King, as well as the 2 steps he took. Under normal circumstances, the Holy King should have reached the tyrant after taking 2 steps. However, he was still 100 meters away from the tyrant. Moreover, his previously disdainful expression was gradually becoming serious. The 6 syllables, still 1 syllable short. The Holy King roared as the energy on his body started to go berserk. With him as the center, a counter-rotating vortex appeared and spread out in all directions. As the vortex spread, the power of the 5 syllables within the tyrant's range of control was rapidly vanishing. The battle in the distance hadn't started yet. Everyone was watching the battle between the Holy King and the Holy King. Even Ziqin, who was in the distance, turned his head to look at the battlefield. The 6 syllables was known as one of the strongest superpowers of the Buddhist sect. It was a famous existence on the life star It was also a superpower that Qin had always wanted to obtain. Today, the saint-level tyrant would undoubtedly display the full power of the 6 syllables. Qin was also looking forward to the power of the 6 syllables. On the battlefield, the saint ruler began to move forward, step by step. His pace had gone from a few hundred meters to 10 meters with each step. However, as long as he was in front of the tyrant, he was confident that he could destroy him. Although this superpower was powerful, the gap between their realms couldn't be bridged. A 6th light wheel appeared behind the tyrant. The last syllable of the 6 syllables was heard. After the last syllable, the energy within 10,000 meters started to go berserk. The void kept twisting as if it was being forcefully isolated, forming a new world. This world was shrouded in Buddhist light. It was peaceful and merciful. Just as this world was forming, the Holy King walked to the tyrant with difficulty. It was as if he was carrying a sacred mountain on his back. His 2 fingers formed a sword as he pointed with difficulty. A beam of sword energy pierced towards the tyrant's glabella. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and the shore is before it's too late. Benefactor, don't kill. The tyrant put his palms together as his merciful voice echoed in this world. At this moment, the tyrant bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. He was a true senior monk. In this world, the Holy King saw a peaceful land of freedom. There was no killing in this area. The sound of Buddhist chants reverberated in every place, making one's soul feel peaceful. Die. The Holy King shook his head to get rid of this feeling. He let out a furious roar as the sword energy that had reached the tyrant went straight for the tyrant's glabella. It was obviously impossible to control a Saint King's mind with this kind of spell. If I don't enter hell, who will? Amitabha, benefactor, repent and be saved. The tyrant chanted again. He didn't have any intention of dodging the sword energy. His merciful expression made it seem as if he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the other party. The sword energy pierced through the tyrant's glabella and his body shattered. Chapter 2276. In the Holy King's eyes, the monk was already dead. He stood in front of the dead monk and laughed proudly. However, in the outside world, in everyone's eyes, this incomplete world had become complete because of the monk's death. The Holy King was already trapped, and his emotions seemed to be affected by that world, becoming very unstable. He laughed at times with a ferocious expression, sometimes with grief and sometimes with peace. It can even trap a Saint King. No wonder the 6 syllables mantra is one of the few P. Wanroba, infinity cent P. Chen's expression also changed. This 6-syllable mantra was indeed extraordinary. In some ways, it was even stronger than his sword-drawing technique. As for whether the monk would die or not, no one would even consider this question. Compared to the others, this greedy monk was also the most afraid of death. Don't be fooled by what he said, saying that he was willing to enter hell and so on. That was purely for the sake of the cultivation technique. How could he be so kind? Standing outside the world, they could not see what was happening in that world, but they could feel that it had become more dangerous. This was because the Holy King's defense was dissipating at a relatively fast speed. To be able to break the Holy King's defense, it was clear how strong the danger was in that peaceful world. The people of the Buddhist sect all have benevolence in their hearts, but the cultivation techniques they create are all extremely powerful. Is this really merciful? Su Mengyao, who was standing beside Qin, muttered, "Can't you see it from the monk? Their so-called mercy is only the mercy in their hearts." As for Buddhist cultivation techniques, they are all used to subdue demons, so they are naturally very powerful. But who is the real demon? Only they know in their hearts. If he says you're a demon, then you're a demon. Even if you're not, you still have to be. Buddha and demon were all in a single thought and a single word. The Holy King's defense shattered, and the Buddhist light swept past his body. A bloody wound appeared on the Holy King's body, and holy blood splattered everywhere. A saint had actually injured the holy king. The monk's figure could no longer be seen, as if he had really died. In the world, the holy king's expression became more and more ferocious. The aura around him began to become violent, like angry waves that began to sweep out. Pooh, pooh, poof! Rays of light cut through the energy and cut open the saint's body, causing bloody wounds to appear. The power of the mantra was contained within the bloodstains. This power seemed to have a soul and was constantly eroding the Saint King's body and will. Ah! The Holy King roared furiously, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His Holy King chi exploded out like a raging sea, forming an indiscriminate energy attack that scattered in all directions. As this energy surged wildly, the world in front of him began to tremble and distort. Powerful, truly too powerful. He actually forced the Saint King to use such a barbaric and costly method to escape. Xing Chan exclaimed as he looked at the battlefield. Although Bright Moon and Brilliant didn't open their mouths, the astonishment in their eyes showed that they weren't calm at all. Boom! The spreading energy filled the entire world. When it reached a certain limit, the world exploded with a loud boom. All the illusions around him disappeared, and the Holy King stood in the void. The wounds on his body were real, and saint blood was dripping from them. With his hair disheveled and looking at the wounds on his body, the Holy King was in a sorry state. Anger began to burn in his heart. He was beaten to such a state by a mere saint in front of so many people. This was too embarrassing. He slowly turned his head and looked in front of him, where the monk's figure appeared. He looked at the monk and said word by word, "You must die. Amitabha." The monk's response was merely a Buddhist chant. Then, with a dignified appearance, 6 light wheels appeared behind him. "The power of the mantra is useless against me," the Holy King said coldly. His reminder was obviously unnecessary. The monk didn't use the power of the mantra this time. Behind the light wheels, a tall, illusory figure appeared. This figure was sitting cross-legged, but it was so tall that everyone had to look up at it. Around the monk, pure Buddhist power was flowing rapidly. The tall Buddha figure behind him quickly appeared. Finally, the monk's expression became clear. He had a big belly and was grinning like a Maitreya Buddha. He looked exactly like the monk, but his face was more benevolent than the monk's. Buddha Dharma body. Seeing the tall Maitreya Buddha behind him, Xing Chen was shocked and exclaimed, "It's the Buddha Dharma body. This monk can even condense such a Dharma body." At this moment, everyone was looking at the tall Buddha statue in shock. As for the monk's body, it was completely ignored. He was tall, like the ruler of heaven and earth, like a Buddha. He was smiling, and his smile was very benevolent. He lowered his head and looked at the Holy King with pity. He said, "Buddha, demon, are you a Buddha or a demon?" Sensing danger, the Holy King's power surged. He looked at the other party cautiously and didn't answer. He wasn't a Buddha or a demon. He was the Holy King that everyone in the world looked up to. "You're not a Buddha. You're a demon. Do you want to turn back into a demon and become a Buddha?" The tall Buddha spoke again. The Holy King still didn't answer. He began to mobilize the power around him. After suffering a loss previously, he felt that it was inappropriate to answer. It was best not to answer. Demons can't walk in the human world. "I'll help you become a Buddha. Amitabha." As soon as he finished speaking, the Buddha stretched out his hand. The void was shrouded in golden light. He slammed his palm down. This palm had an unimaginably terrifying power. It wasn't helping a person become a Buddha. It was helping a person to go to heaven. "Huh!" The Holy King roared and rushed forward. He clenched his fists and punched towards the sky. Boom! The surging power of the Holy King surrounded his body. With one strike, the palm print shattered. However, the Holy King's body fell to the ground. "Your obsession is too deep. You've become a demon too deeply. Demons can't walk in the human world." The Buddha spoke again. His voice was still benevolent. Then he slammed his palm down again. This time, there was a swastika rune on the palm print. The rune flashed and carried an even stronger aura. A long saber appeared in the Holy King's hand. He held the long saber in his hand and slashed at the rune. Bang! The long saber slashed at the rune, and there was a loud explosion. A strong force was transmitted. The long saber exploded, and the palm print came crashing down. The Holy King's body was hit. As the palm print came crashing down, it was as if it wanted to send the demon back to hell. Such a scene was completely unexpected. The saints in the distance were shocked, speechless. Who would have thought that a holy king would be completely suppressed by a saint right from the start? Moreover, judging from the current battle, the Buddha seemed to be fighting for justice. He was forcefully subduing the demon. However, the root of the matter was that they were here to snatch resources. They belonged to the evil side. At the very least, this kind of battle had nothing to do with demons. At this moment, whether it was Zi Chen, Xing Qian, or the others, they completely understood what was in the Buddha's eye. In their eyes, there were only two kinds of people. One was a Buddha, and the other was a demon. You had to be whatever the Buddha said you were. Today, both sides were friends. Naturally, they were Buddhas. If they were enemies, they would be demons. Zi Chen had a deep understanding of this. The devil ape was the same. He remembered the first time he met the monk. The monk said that the devil ape was a great demon and had to be brought back to be suppressed. In fact, he wanted to keep the devil ape as a pet. Boom! The palm print exploded in the process of descending. The Holy King's body went against the heavens again. Spirit destruction seal. As he soared into the sky, the battered Holy King started to form seals with his hands. A huge spiritual seal appeared in the void and went straight for the Buddha. Stubborn, demon subduing seal. A Buddhist light seal appeared in front of the Buddha. There was still a swastika on the seal. As soon as the seal appeared, it went down and collided with the spirit destruction seal. Boom! In the void, the two seals exploded and turned into terrifying energy that scattered in all directions. The Holy King took advantage of the momentum and went up again. The seals in his hands changed again. Spirit destruction seal, second style. Another spiritual seal appeared. This spiritual seal became more condensed and powerful as it went towards the Buddha. Amitabha, demon subduing pestle. The Buddha chanted. A demon subduing weapon that was emitting golden light appeared in front of the Buddha and went straight for the spiritual seal. Everyone looked at the battle in shock. It had to be said that the monk's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. He could actually fight a holy king alone. One had to know that the opponent was a holy king. Clang! The demon subduing pestle hit the spiritual seal and was instantly rebounded. Cracks appeared on the spiritual seal. Clang! Clang! The demon subduing pestle that was rebounded fell again. After two more attacks, the spiritual seal was completely shattered. Then, the demon subduing pestle went towards the Holy King and started to attack him fiercely. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. They were all focused on the battle between the demon subduing pestle and the Holy King. No one noticed the changes in the Buddha's expression. If one paid attention, they would see that the Buddha's compassion was no longer there. Moreover, he was much less talkative than before. He no longer kept mentioning demon. The Buddha's expression gradually became serious. It could be seen that the demon he was fighting was making him feel tired. Clang! After the demon subduing pestle was sent flying again, the Holy King raised his head and stared at the Buddha. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. The wounds on his body had already healed during the battle. It could be seen that although the battle looked exciting, it did not hurt him. Looking at the Holy King who was charging forward again, the Buddha's tall figure could not hold on any longer and instantly collapsed. Then, the Buddha's unique, loud voice rang out. Chapter 2277. The scene changed so quickly that many people could not react in time. The monk, who was so powerful and on par with the sage ruler, was asking for help in the blink of an eye. Boom! The void trembled as a black rod pierced through the air. It carried a powerful aura and hit the sage ruler viciously. The devil ape did not let down his guard. He knew how powerful the sage ruler was, and naturally knew that even if the monk used such a powerful move, it was still impossible for him to defeat a sage ruler. It was already very impressive to be able to guarantee that he would not be defeated. The black rod fell with a powerful force. Together with the demon subduing pestle controlled by the monk, the two of them could stop a sage ruler. Terrifying energy surged in the sky as the sage ruler used one powerful move after another. However, under the joint efforts of the devil ape and the monk, these attacks were all neutralized. Why aren't you killing them? Being stopped by two sages, the sage ruler was filled with anger and had no choice but to signal the others to attack. Out of the 5 powerful people, one sage ruler could only stop 2 of them. There were still 3 left. After witnessing the monk's power, who could guarantee that the 3 of them did not have similar powerful skills. These sages who were already scared out of their wits were really unwilling to go forward. They were not afraid of death, but this kind of action was purely suicidal and meaningless. What are you waiting for? Attack! The sage ruler, who was stopped by the 2, spoke again. The sages looked at each other. Were they really going to die just like that? Xing Chen and the other 2 spread out and tried their best to effectively stop the sages from advancing. Just as the atmosphere was very oppressive and the sages were in a dilemma, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Munan, you don't have to make things difficult for them. The combat strength of these 3 people is not weaker than the other 2. The one who said this was a tall and thin sage ruler. He walked over from behind. Seeing this person, the sages heaved a sigh of relief and immediately bowed. Mu Yi, I didn't expect you to come out too. The sage ruler, who was fighting with the monk, glanced at the man. The sage ruler named Mu Yi smiled and said, If I didn't come, I'm afraid you would be in danger this time. Why? Do you mean they can still kill me? Mu Nan said unhappily. Why don't you give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, the saint ruler called Mu Yi suddenly charged forward like a bolt of lightning. He instantly landed in front of Xing Chen and threw a punch at Xing Chen's chest. Bang! The powerful energy exploded and Xing Chen's body exploded. Looking at the shattered energy, Mu Yi said, Take a look. Xing Chen's figure appeared dozens of meters away. His expression became serious. In his hand, Xing Chen gripped his spear tightly. He pointed the tip of the spear and charged towards the Saint King, who had launched a sneak attack. Radiant slash. In another direction, Brilliant formed a seal with both hands. Blazing radiant energy formed an attack in front of her and followed Xing Chen. Ming Yu leaped into the air and her body grew taller. Behind her, a real moon appeared. Under the moonlight, her gauze dress fluttered. Like Fairy Yu, she held a long sword and charged towards the Saint King. The Saint King, who was originally relaxed, gradually became serious in the face of the 3 attacks. I'll deal with these 3. You guys go to the front. Sensing the power contained in the 3 attacks, Saint King Munan, who was fighting Tyrant and Mu Yi, fell silent. Just as Saint King Mu Yi had said, if he hadn't come, a Saint King like him would have died at his doorstep under the joint attack of the 5. With their powerful opponents blocked by the Saint King, the other saints were no longer worried. They deliberately avoided the battlefield and rushed toward Zichen. Su Mengyao, who was beside Zichen, was about to make a move. Zichen shook his head and said, You control the universal origin cauldron. Leave these people to me. As he spoke, Zichen withdrew the energy from his body. Su Mengyao nodded and began to pour energy into the universal origin cauldron. Zichen turned around and walked forward. He saw that the dozens of saints were rushing towards him. Their faces were filled with murderous intent. The saint power around them kept surging. After taking a few steps forward, Zichen's hand flashed and a black longbow appeared. Zi-chun held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. As the longbow was pulled into a full moon shape, a loud dragon roar came from the bow. A dragon-shaped arrow appeared on the longbow. It burst with a blinding golden light, and a powerful saint aura spread out. Whong! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Poof! Like a bolt of black lightning, the arrow instantly pierced through the forehead of a saint who was charging forward. At the same time, the huge power contained in the arrow sent the saint's body flying backwards. The arrow pierced through the saint's forehead and flew into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The saint, who was sent flying a distance, lay on his back in the void. He lost all signs of life and slowly fell, killing a saint with one arrow. Whong! 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 At the same time, the bowstring vibrated faster and faster. Arrows made of pure saint power tore through the air and shot towards the saints. The expressions of the saints changed drastically in the face of this arrow that was as fast as teleportation. They could only see the trajectory of the arrows. They could even sense that the arrows were targeting them. But before they could react, the arrows would arrive in front of them. Some of them took out their weapons and slashed at the arrows. But before their attacks landed, the arrows had already reached their foreheads. Not only was this attack impossible to dodge, but it was also very powerful. Each arrow could break through their defenses. After breaking through their defenses, it could even destroy their lives. The saint's energy, which was known to be immortal and indestructible, couldn't resist this energy at all. They were forcefully suppressed and couldn't form the cycle of immortality until their souls were completely destroyed. It was as if this energy had a natural suppressive effect on their souls. This was Zi-chen's unique saint power that defied the natural order. Everything was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Zi-chen shot 8 arrows and killed 8 saints. It was a complete massacre. The 2 saint kings who sensed this changed their expressions. They thought that it was already very terrifying to have 5 powerful existences among the 7 of them. But who would have thought that the young man, who should have been very weak in their eyes, would be so powerful? Fortunately, after paying the price of 8 lives, these saints also arrived in front of Zi-chen. With everyone close in on them, they believed that the battle was about to end. These saints who arrived in front of Zi-chen were undoubtedly lucky because Zi-chen's target wasn't them. That was why they were able to survive. But they were also pitiful because they arrived in front of Zi-chen. One must know that Zi-chen's physical strength was definitely the best among all. Zi-chen took a step back. A sword light brushed past Zi-chen's cheek. Zi-chen took the opportunity to punch the saint in the chest, and the latter's body flew out. As he flew out, the saint was also coughing up blood. He had already been injured by Zi-chen's punch. He was only injured and didn't die. This saint was still very glad. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His expression changed abruptly as he heard a soft sound. Poof! After this soft sound, the saint was horrified to realize that his soul was rapidly fading away. But he didn't know what was going on. Bang! Under his horrified gaze, he saw another saint being sent flying. There seemed to be a misty light flashing by beside the saint. Then, the saint's body opened up and blood flowed out. His vitality was rapidly fading away. The saint, who seemed to have understood all this, didn't even have time to close his eyes before his vitality was completely gone. Bang! 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 Amidst the attacks of many saints, Zi-chen's figure flashed continuously. While dodging one attack after another, Zi-chen would also attack one after another. All the saints who were hit by Zi-chen's attacks and were sent flying lost their chance to try again. They lay dead in the void. The injuries on their bodies were almost the same. There were bloodstains in the space between their eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of 9 saints who approached Zi-chen were all sent flying and fell in the void. They were all dead. The expressions of the saints who followed closely behind were undoubtedly filled with shock. It seemed that this method of killing was much more powerful than the previous 5. Although the 5 of them had killed many, they hadn't killed so quickly or decisively. In their eyes, these people had only charged forward and then been sent flying. In the end, they died one by one just like that. The horrified saints subconsciously steadied themselves. They were terrified. They had thought that the powerful existence had been stopped by the saint ruler. Who would have thought that there was an even more terrifying existence here? After they stopped, Zi Chen, who had lost his opponent, turned to look at these saints. A cold smile appeared on his lips. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and like an illusory ray of light, he actually charged towards these saints. The rumbling sound was still ringing in the sky. The universal origin cauldron was seizing the time to collect the planet. In the meantime, the suction force released caused the surrounding saint corpses to be drawn towards the center of the universal origin cauldron. Zi Chen charged into the midst of these saints at top speed. Following a series of loud bangs, these saints' bodies began to fly backward. Except for a few who were lucky enough to survive after flying backward. The rest were attacked by the saber spirit in the process of flying backward. Their souls were destroyed and they died. Similarly, Zi Chen's combat power was undoubtedly more powerful than a group of saints. Run. The other saints saw that the situation was not good and turned to run. Again, they were not afraid of death. However, there was no meaning in dying after being slaughtered in such a way. The 2 saint rulers shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't reprimand him anymore. This was because the combat power displayed by the other party was simply too strong. It was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. He believed that even the unborn geniuses of the family would be slaughtered if they were to stand in front of him. All of you, back off! At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. A saint ruler's aura spread. It was the 3rd saint ruler of the Hua Te clan. He had no choice but to come out in advance. Chapter 2278. When he sensed the Holy King's aura, Zi Chen did not stop. Instead, he continued to attack the saints. One by one, the saints were sent flying. The Holy King's aura was rapidly approaching. These saints were also desperately retreating. Zi Chen stopped chasing and looked ahead. He saw a beam of light, and within that beam of light, there was a pair of cold eyes. That pair of eyes was staring straight at him. Zi Chen stood where he was. Facing the light, he did not dodge. Instead, he began to accumulate power. Golden light shone around his body, releasing a powerful aura. Facing the light that was rushing towards him, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. The dazzling fist light was like a burning fireball. It went straight ahead and collided with the light. Boom! The fist light exploded. The light figure was also blocked. The energy ripples scattered in all directions. Zi Chen's black robe fluttered in the wind. He did not take a step back. He stared at the light figure that had revealed a human body. A middle-aged man stood in front of him. He was full of majesty. His eyes were deep and cold. When they fell on Zi Chen felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He allowed the energy ripples to wreak havoc as he looked at Zi Chen and said coldly, "You have some skills." Lightning flashed on Zi Chen's back. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. He had a total of 10 wings. He was already extremely sensitive to space. After the heavenly thunder wings appeared, he was even more sensitive. Swoosh! Facing the Holy King, Zi Chen could not be careless. Thus he took the initiative to attack. He appeared beside the Holy King at a speed that was close to teleportation. A cold light flashed in the latter's eyes. A powerful Holy King attack was displayed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure changed positions in an instant and dodged the Holy King's 2 attacks. His body appeared behind the Holy King. Unexpectedly, his palm landed. The Holy King's body leaned forward uncontrollably. Boom! Seeing that his body had lost its center of gravity, Zi Chen's energy exploded. He began to attack with all his strength. This was naturally the close combat technique that Zichen was good at. When displayed in the Saint realm, the power displayed was also very strong. Zichen's figure circled around Holy King, constantly changing his form. One attack after another landed on Holy King, who had lost control of his body, causing him to be unable to resist at all. The saints in the distance looked at this scene in shock. They didn't expect that after the monk, there would be someone who could challenge a saint. Furthermore, his opponent's speed was too fast. Many of the saints present couldn't even see Zichen's movements. They could only see a ray of light changing. As for the scene within the light, it was impossible to see it. This kind of extreme speed was much faster than theirs. Coupled with that powerful attack, it had to be said that the deaths of those people before were not unjustified. Boom! Under the barrage of attacks, bits and pieces of energy entered the Holy King's body, accumulating until it finally exploded with a loud boom. Zichen's attack came to an end, and he began to retreat. His breathing became slightly hurried. He had consumed a lot of energy. After the energy exploded, Holy King's body retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced indifferently at Zichen. He said, "I'll deal with this person. You guys hurry up and attack." Obviously, this Holy King also saw that the cosmic origin cauldron was extraordinary and was prepared to let the others take the saint weapon first. As soon as he finished speaking, Holy King began to form a seal. A powerful aura was released from his body. His opponent was a Holy King. Zichen obviously couldn't be distracted. He didn't look at the saints who were beginning to charge forward, but he released the saber spirit. The saber spirit had its own consciousness and could attack on its own. Although it was relatively weaker than Zichen's control, it had no problem stopping some saints. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, 2 rays of light, one gold and one silver, appeared from Zichen's body. These 2 rays of light turned into 2 large clones and flew in Su Mengyau's direction. Su Mengyau, who was collecting resources, couldn't be disturbed. Zichen used the saber spirit and the 2 large clones to guard her. In another direction, the monk, who was working together with the devil ape, also transformed into a golden body. The golden body had the same combat strength as the original, and it went to help Su Mengyau. The saint named Mu Nan was very surprised to see this. He didn't expect that the monk would have such a trick up his sleeve at this point in the battle. With so many tricks up his sleeve, these saints were undoubtedly going to be unlucky again. However, as many saints fell, they learned to be smart. They didn't just attack blindly. Instead, they constantly worked together to tangle with the clones. They didn't want to be successful, but they didn't want to be wrong. Extreme Yang. Around Zichen's body, the energy aura became scorching hot. Following the appearance of the seal, an extreme Yang mark appeared. After this mark appeared, it went straight for Holy King. Boom! The Holy King's seal formed and collided with the extreme Yang mark. The 2 forces of energy exploded, forming a terrifying ripple that spread in all directions. Zichen began to retreat. In the process, his body began to flash with gold and silver light. The 2 forces of extreme Yin and extreme Yang filled his body. His appearance became very strange. His eyes and body turned into gold and silver respectively. 2 different types of energy began to circulate around him. A unique and violent aura escaped from his body. This aura made people's hearts palpitate. On the other side of the battlefield, the 2 Holy Kings sensed the change in Zichen. They turned their heads and looked at Zichen. Seeing Zichen's current appearance, their expressions changed. They cried out involuntarily, "This is Yin and Yang energy. It's that person's Yin and Yang energy." They were very familiar with that person. In the battle that year, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of that person. Although they had suffered great losses before, if it weren't for Wuji's appearance, the Huate clan wouldn't have to be isolated from the world and recuperate. However, because of Wuji's appearance, the entire Huate clan suffered great losses and had no choice but to close down. They didn't expect to see yin and yang energy again after so many years. Moreover, it was yin and yang energy that was even more terrifying than the yin and yang energy that Wuji had displayed. As Zichen retreated, a ball of extreme yang energy appeared in his left hand and extreme yin energy appeared in his right. This was the first time he had used the yin-yang thunder lotus since he became a saint. In the previous battle with the Holy Kings, Zichen hadn't fully broken through yet. Today he was about to unleash an attack that was even stronger than before. My left hand is yang and my right hand is yin. Yin and yang fuse. Zichen's left and right hands began to close together, and the two extreme energies violently rejected each other, forming a powerful shockwave. These shockwaves contained unimaginable destructive power and spread out in all directions. Just these waves of energy alone could severely injure a saint. Is this yin and yang fusing? How is this possible? On the opposite side of Zichen, the Holy King's face was filled with shock. The other two Holy Kings were also in disbelief. Two completely opposite forces couldn't possibly fuse together. This was common knowledge. As expected, as the two forces of energy approached each other, the repulsive force became even stronger and more terrifying. The ripples formed made the saints feel the threat of death. Zichen put up a defense on the surface of his body. However, this defense started to distort under the vibration of the ripples. Chi! Chi! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the two forces of energy began to fuse and twist together, forming an even stronger ripple. This ripple caused Zichen's defense to quickly distort, as if it could break at any time. Netherforge. On the opposite side of Zichen, the Holy King saw this scene and became very nervous. Obviously, looking at Zichen's appearance, he was very confident in fusing the two forces of energy. Therefore, he couldn't see his opponent explode and die. He could only use his strongest attack. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in front of him. This whirlpool was like a black hole that led to the netherworld, but also like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. The pitch-black whirlpool spun, carrying with it an extremely strong suction force. In front of Zichen, the yin and yang forces also began to change as they fused. In the end, they turned into a yin-yang lotus. The surface of the lotus flashed with the light of thunder. The yin-yang lightning lotus took shape and floated in front of Zichen. Zichen raised his head and looked at the black hole in front of him. With a thought, the yin-yang thunder lotus flew forward. The pitch-black whirlpool rumbled as it moved forward. Under the nervous gazes of many saints, the two attacks met. The destructive forces began to corrode each other. In the midst of a stalemate, the yin-yang lightning lotus exploded. After the two ultimate forces of energy exploded, they produced an even stronger destructive force. This force instantly spread throughout the entire whirlpool. During this time, the whirlpool devoured some of the yin and yang forces. Perhaps because it devoured too much, the whirlpool also exploded. In an instant, a powerful ripple spread out in all directions with the center of the explosion as the center. Zichen and the Saint King were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They were engulfed by the energy. However, before the spreading energy could completely explode, Zichen and the Saint King quickly retreated. As they retreated, both of them coughed up blood. It was obvious that they had suffered some injuries. In comparison, Zichen looked more miserable. There were many tears on his black robe. From the tears, one could see the wounds on his body. As for the Saint King, it was obvious that he was not in a good state either. He also looked very miserable, and his face was full of shock. Thunderbolt seal. Zichen, who was retreating, began to form seals with both hands. A thunderbolt seal appeared. This was the Thunder Clan's Heaven Path technique, which contained an extremely powerful attack. The Saint King opposite Zichen was not seriously injured. He also formed seals and used the Hort Clan's Heaven Path technique to fight against the Thunder Clan's technique on the Life Star. In an instant, various techniques flashed in the sky. There were so many of them, and so powerful that it was dazzling. The saints in the distance were shocked. Obviously, this saint, who was at the same level as them, was on par with the Saint King alone. Damn it! In the battle, the Saint King did not gain any advantage. He became more and more annoyed. 3 Saint Kings and a group of saints couldn't deal with 7 saints from the Life Star. After cursing, the Saint King no longer cared about anything. He reached out his hand, and a glowing long sword landed in his palm. As soon as the long sword appeared, Saint Might surged. Everyone's expression changed drastically. It was a saint weapon. Chapter 2279. The appearance of the sacred weapon was like a storm that swept through the void. Unlike Zi Chen's universal origin cauldron, the appearance of the sacred weapon in the sacred ruler's hand was undoubtedly more shocking. First of all, its sacred aura was more obvious. Compared to the universal origin cauldron, it had an additional aura that made one's heart palpitate. Most importantly, this was a sacred weapon that specialized in killing. On the star path, a sacred ruler wielding a sacred weapon clearly represented the strongest combat power that could be displayed on the star path. The moment the sacred weapon appeared, Tyrant and the others all sensed that something was amiss. They all turned to look in Zi Chen's direction with worried expressions. They saw the sacred ruler pointing the sacred weapon at Zi Chen. A cold light flickered from the tip of the sword. Zi Chen's expression became extremely solemn. Today's battle was different from the previous one. Last time, a heavily injured sacred ruler had taken out a sacred weapon. This time, however, the sacred ruler was not heavily injured. Sacred ruler power surged around Mu Nan as he stood in front of Tyrant and the demon ape. He looked at the two of them and sneered, "You two better wait. We've used our sacred weapons. Even if we die, we can still be proud of ourselves." Tyrant and the demon ape had blocked him earlier. Now he could also block the two of them effortlessly. Mu Yi, who was fighting Xing Chen and the others, blocked the 3 of them at the same time, preventing them from helping. In fact, the 5 of them only expressed concern. They had no intention of helping at all. With their strength, blocking a sacred ruler was already very good. If they rashly went up against a sacred ruler with a sacred weapon, they would be courting death. The sacred ruler wielded the sacred sword and stabbed at Zi Chen. There was no need for too many moves, nor was there any need for dazzling techniques. Just a single stab could fuse the power of a saint ruler and a saint weapon and easily kill a saint. The sacred sword moved forward, its murderous intent locked onto Zi Chen. The unique spatial suppression made Zi Chen feel extremely pressured. It was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. Every movement was very difficult. Buzz! Golden light flowed on his body as a powerful sacred aura spread. The sacred body began to take effect, forcefully dispersing the pressure around him. Although it could not completely dispel it, it was enough to make Zi Chen do some simple movements. Just by being able to do this, he was already much stronger than the average genius saint. Seeing that Zi Chen was still able to move, a look of surprise flashed across Sage King's deep and cold eyes. But soon he sneered. How could a mere saint be able to block the attack of a saint weapon? Seeing that the holy weapon was about to reach him, the holy pressure became oppressive again. Zi Chen's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he did something that shocked everyone's eyes. The sacred ruler's sacred weapon. A white sphere appeared in his hand. Just as the saint weapon was about to reach him, the sphere began to emit light, forming a barrier in front of Zi Chen. No one believed that such a barrier could block the attack of a saint weapon, let alone an attack from a saint king wielding a saint weapon. The attacking sacred ruler also thought so. His attack was unstoppable, but when the tip of his sword came into contact with the sacred ruler's sacred ruler, his expression froze. His attack, which should have been unstoppable, was stopped by the sacred ruler's sacred ruler. He could not advance any further. The sacred ruler's sacred sword and the sacred ruler's sacred ruler were locked in a stalemate. The sacred ruler looked in disbelief at the smiling Zi Qin through the sacred ruler's sacred ruler. His powerful attack had been blocked by such an inconspicuous sacred ruler's sacred ruler. Could it be that the sacred ruler's sacred ruler was a supreme treasure? He watched in disbelief as the sacred ruler's sacred ruler grinned at him. The smile was somewhat eerie and even a little cold. The sacred ruler had a bad feeling about this, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Could it be that the sacred ruler gave it to him? But the sacred ruler was only a sacred ruler. He could only defend against the sacred ruler's sacred ruler's sacred ruler. How could he threaten him? Moreover, although the sphere in front of him had blocked his attack, the energy on it was rapidly depleting. He believed that it would soon break through its defense. When that time came, only death would await him. Just as the Holy King was puzzled, he saw Zi Qin, who had been controlling the white bead with all his might, suddenly let go of it. Without the support of the energy, the barrier formed by the bead was depleting its energy even faster. It seemed that it wouldn't even be able to hold on for a single breath before shattering. However, this amount of time was enough for a saint to launch an attack. Zi Qin tapped his feet in the air, and his black robe fluttered in the wind as his figure soared into the air. He crossed the barrier and stared at the Saint King. The Holy King's eyes followed Zi Qin's movements. At some point, a sheathed saber had appeared in Zi Qin's hand. Zi Qin crossed the barrier and leaned forward. His left hand held the scabbard while his right hand gripped the hilt. By the time the Saint Ruler realized what was happening, the black sword hilt was already flashing with golden light. Swoosh! The broken saber was unsheathed, and a bright saber light flashed towards the Saint Ruler. The moment the bright saber light appeared, the Saint Ruler felt a strong sense of danger. Without another word, he immediately used his sacred weapon to block in front of him. The saber light didn't encounter any obstruction. It swept past the Saint Ruler's body and traveled a distance before dissipating. The sacred weapon in the Saint Ruler's hand was still in a defensive position. His eyes stared blankly ahead, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the few people who were fighting had stopped as they stared unblinkingly in this direction. From the Saint Ruler's attack to Zi Qin's defense, and then to Zi Qin's quick counterattack, only a very short time had passed. However, time seemed to have frozen. Zi Qin stood on the spot, and his saber had already returned to its scabbard. The white bead had also flown to his side. The Saint Ruler was in a defensive position, but he didn't make any further moves. On this side, time seemed to have frozen. In the distance, Su Mengyao, who was controlling the Universe Origin Cauldron, entered the Universe Origin Cauldron in a flash after collecting a planet. Then, the Universe Origin Cauldron began to shrink and flew towards them. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zi Qin. No one noticed that the Universe Origin Cauldron was changing directions and flying towards them. A beam of light shot out from the cauldron. The light split into 3 in the air and landed on Xingqin and the other 2. The 3 of them disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Zi Qin finally made a move. He began to retreat. In front of him, the Saint Ruler didn't attack. One of his arms was suddenly cut off at the shoulder when Zi Qin retreated. Saint blood splattered in the void. A saber cut off an arm. The void was dead silent. "Oh no, they're running!" someone suddenly exclaimed. Finally, someone noticed the abnormality on the other side. "Stop them!" Mu Yi suddenly realized that he had lost his opponent. He shouted coldly and rushed towards the Universe Origin Cauldron in front of him. After Mu Nan woke up, he launched a fierce attack towards the monk and the demon ape. "Time to go!" Zi Qin transmitted to the 2 of them. He continued to retreat, preparing to meet up with the Universe Origin Cauldron. There were already 3 Saint Rulers and a Saint Weapon. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. "Die for me!" The one-armed Saint Ruler glared at Zi Qin with hatred. He gripped his saint weapon tightly and rushed toward Zichen. He had lost a lot of face today. In a one-on-one situation, he couldn't kill a saint. He even lost an arm after using his saint weapon. Zichen ignored him. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and he instantly accelerated in the direction of the monk. As he rushed forward, Zichen gripped the scabbard in his hand tightly, his eyes fixed on Mu Nan. Swoosh! Zichen almost teleported to Mu Nan's side. He unsheathed his scabbard, and a bright blade light flashed towards Mu Nan. The latter's expression changed drastically. He steadied his body and started to dodge rapidly. The blade light flashed past, and a part of Mu Nan's sleeve was torn. Mu Nan broke out in cold sweat. The monk and the demon ape started to retreat. They knew that they couldn't show off in this situation. Boom! Mu Yi came to the side of the universe origin cauldron, one step ahead. He looked at this extraordinary saint weapon with a burning gaze. Just as he was about to seal the saint weapon, the universe origin cauldron suddenly shook. A powerful force spread in all directions, and Mu Yi was forced to retreat. The universe origin cauldron passed through the layers of energy blockades. Then, 2 rays of light flew out and landed on the monk and the demon ape, taking them away. At this point, everyone except Zichen had entered the universe origin cauldron. Zichen himself also retreated to the side of the universe origin cauldron, but he was already surrounded by others. 3 saint rulers, a group of saints, and a saint weapon. It seemed troublesome. Today, I'll show you the true power of a saint weapon. Looking at these people, Zichen sneered and changed a few seals in his hand. Boom! Beside him, the universe origin cauldron went completely berserk. Deafening beastly roars sounded from it, as if a peerless beast was sealed within. Following that, magma-like flames gushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. With blazing heat, they swept in all directions. Damn it! Feeling the terrifying heat from the flames, the 3 saint rulers' expressions changed. As for the saints, they were already experienced. They had already retreated far away when they saw that the situation was not good. The terrifying heat lasted for a few breaths before it dissipated. The 3 saint rulers rushed out, but they couldn't see Zichen anymore. There! A saint suddenly pointed at a ray of light in the distance and exclaimed, "Chase!" The saint rulers didn't want to be outdone. They chased forward. If they really let him escape, the Huate clan would lose all face. In the process, Su Mengyao appeared again. She was ready to open a path for Zichen. Chapter 2280. The pursuers were quickly approaching. Zichen did not care about the other saints, but he had to take the 3 Saint Kings seriously. The Saint King with a missing arm and a saint weapon was dangerous because of the anger and hatred in his heart. When they entered, Su Mengyao had already spent some time opening the passage. Now that they wanted to leave, it would not take as much time as before, but it would still take some time. The Yin and Yang clones appeared beside Zichen. They began to form seals and perform Yin and Yang attacks at the same time. Boom! The 2 attacks exploded in front of them. The power of Yin and Yang mixed and exploded with an even stronger destructive force. This destructive force could block all saints, making them not dare to take half a step forward. But to the 3 Saint Kings, this attack was not very strong. Behind Zichen, Su Mengyao was forming seals. Her expression was solemn and her eyelashes trembled. It was obvious that she was nervous. If they did not speed up, Zichen would be in danger facing the 3 Saint Kings. The 3 Saint Kings arrived in the blink of an eye. Zichen tightened his grip on the black scabbard. The thunder wings behind him vibrated as he charged forward. "You're courting death." Seeing that a mere saint dared to take the initiative to attack, the 3 Saint Kings sneered and attacked Zichen. Chi! A sharp sword light tore through the void and pierced straight towards Zichen. Zichen's feet flashed and mysterious energy spread. The advancing saint weapon slowed down slightly. This delay was almost undetectable, But to Zi who had the fastest speed in the world, this was a fatal flaw. Taking advantage of the moment when the saint weapon slowed down, he dodged to the side and unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! A bright saber light flashed past, heading straight for the one-armed Saint King. It was extremely fast. The Saint King's pupils constricted. He retracted his saint weapon and blocked in front of him. After suffering a loss previously, he naturally had to be on guard against this saint who possessed both speed and attack power. Zi-Chen's sharp and decisive attack was blocked by the saint weapon. The attacks of the two Saint Kings came from his left and right. Zi-Chen used his extreme speed to dodge them. However, he only managed to dodge one of the attacks. The other one landed on Zi-Chen's shoulder. The defense on the surface of his body instantly shattered, and his figure retreated, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. This was the attack of a Saint King, and it definitely could not be underestimated. As he retreated, the universal origin cauldron in the air vibrated and instantly expanded. Like a mountain, it whistled through the air toward the three saint rulers. As they advanced, all sorts of whistling sounds rang out in the surroundings, carrying some kind of bewitching attack, causing the three Saint Kings to become slightly dazed. Swoosh! During this time, Zi-Chen unsheathed his saber once again. A bright saber light flashed towards the absent-minded Sage King. 3 streaks of light flashed, and the 3 Saint Kings all retreated, dodging this strike. Although Zi-Chen's blade was damaged, it was no weaker than a saint weapon. Even the 3 Saint Kings did not dare to face it head-on. Damn it! Seeing that the passageway was about to open, but they could not do anything to the other party, the 3 Saint Kings were furious. Next, boundless Saint King power appeared, carrying a huge pressure as it spread toward Zi-Chen. This time, this power not only suppressed Zi-Chen, but also enveloped Su Mengyao. Not all saints could move freely in the face of the Saint King's aura. Faced with this aura suppression, Su Mengyao's body flashed with misty light. Although she could still move, her speed was undoubtedly slowed down. This was undoubtedly much slower for breaking open the passageway. Seeing this, the other 2 saints were delighted. They all released their Saint King auras to envelop Su Mengyao. The universal origin cauldron vibrated again and spun toward Su Mengyao. It floated above her head, and rays of light fell, dispelling the 3 Saint Kings' auras. Under the suppression of the 3 Saint Kings' auras, Zi-Chen's speed was affected to a certain extent. Faced with the 3 Saint Kings' subsequent attacks, his reaction was slower than before. Poof! After dodging 2 attacks with difficulty, Zi-Chen was hit by the 3rd attack. He coughed up blood and flew backward. Ever since he came to this world, he had not been idle. The energy in his body had been greatly depleted. During this time, he had even used the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus. Whether it was his energy or his soul, it had been greatly depleted. Now that he was fighting 1 against 3, he was clearly powerless. The saints in the distance were so scared that they did not dare to go forward. Before today, if someone had told them that a saint could fight against 3 saint rulers alone, they would not have believed it no matter what. This was because even the top genius of the Huate clan could not do this. To be able to fight one-on-one, it was already very impressive. But now they saw a situation of 1 against 3, and there was even a Saint King with a saint weapon. Although Zi-Chen had been losing and his injuries were getting worse, it was already very impressive that he could hold on until now. Looking at the entire star path or even the entire starry sky world, who could do this? Whoosh! Zi-Chen used the 9 passing thunderbolts to the extreme. But the huge energy consumption, coupled with the heavy injuries, caused Zi-Chen to be injured again and again. He kept coughing up blood, but he still had to hold on because Su Mengyao was behind him. Every time he retreated, Zi-Chen would forcibly stabilize his body and choose to charge forward again. If he could not hold on, Su Mengyao would be in danger. Su Mengyao was very nervous. Every moment she delayed, Zi-Chen would be in more danger. She kept warning herself that she must not panic, because panicking would only waste more time. Fortunately, the exit passage was easier than the one in. As the energy fell into the void ahead, the space there began to distort and a passage appeared. Zichen, let's go. Su Mingyao's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Then she turned into a stream of light and entered the Cosmos Origin Cauldron. Boom! The Cosmos Origin Cauldron began to move. Like a moving mountain, it suddenly turned back. Blazing fire snakes kept emerging from it and entangled the 3 sacred kings. Zichen took this opportunity to retreat quickly. In terms of escaping, who could compare to Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world? As Zichen retreated, the Cosmos Origin Cauldron turned one round and then shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into Zichen's hand. It entered the passage with Zichen. Seeing Zichen running away like this, the others were obviously very unwilling and immediately chased after him. The second to arrive, Sacred King Mai, paused slightly and said, "If we walk out of here, it means that we have entered the world. So what? Is there any force that can deal with us?" The Sacred King with the sacred weapon turned around and said, then chased after them without looking back. The reason why they had chosen to seal themselves back then was because the losses were too great. If they were not careful, they might be attacked by the forces they once belonged to. However, after so many years of recuperation, no force could threaten the Huate family unless the real doomsday battle broke out. The 2 sacred kings hesitated for a while and then chased after them. The sacred kings who came later also followed. After walking out of the passage, they arrived at the only planet. Zichen's figure flashed and passed through the planet, returning to the path he came from. Then, a beam of light appeared from the Cosmos Origin Cauldron. The light fell somewhere in the void, and a passage appeared there. Zichen entered the passage without hesitation. He arrived outside the Huate family and then began to escape. After the 3 sacred kings appeared, they chased after him. On this day, many sacred kings and 3 sacred kings of the Huate family appeared, announcing their complete reappearance. However, this reappearance was obviously accompanied by anger. All the forces knew that the Huate family was chasing a sacred king from the Life Star. Few people knew this sacred king, but the fact that he could survive the pursuit of 3 sacred kings also caused a huge shock. In fact, Zichen had already done many sensational things on this star passage. However, those things were only in the outer star fields and had not spread to the depths of the star field. Even if they did, no force would care. Wasn't it just subduing the Nephis star field? If the forces in the depths were willing, they could easily subdue a star field. The cultivators of the Huate family had reappeared after so many years. Moreover, they had reappeared in the form of a pursuit. Obviously, they would not give up until they achieved their goal. All the forces were also silently watching the scene. During this period, some forces wanted to help, but after their sacred kings fell in a face-to-face confrontation, they completely dispelled this idea. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it was better to just watch the show. These forces in the depths were all under the jurisdiction of the Huate family. Therefore, after learning that they were chasing a sacred king who was ridiculously powerful, they did not dare to interfere and could only choose to close the teleportation formation. In desperation, Zichen could only travel through the endless starry sky. During this period, he would take out his aircraft most of the time. After all, this kind of thing was fast and very labor-saving. Those teleportation formations were not open to Zichen, but were completely open to the people of the Huate family. Therefore, Zichen was blocked time and time again. However, relying on his own speed advantage, Zichen escaped the pursuit of the 3 sacred kings time and time again. As for those sacred kings, in Zichen's opinion, they were purely there for show and were not worth being afraid of. In this way, Zichen continued to flee and then fled from the depths of the star field to the outer star fields. Although their attempts to intercept him were ineffective, The three sacred kings did not have the slightest intention of giving up. It seemed that they wanted to chase Zi Chen to the Life Star. As he fled frantically, Zi Chen's injuries became more and more serious. Fortunately, he had a strong physical body and good recovery speed, which allowed him to persevere. However, in the face of this elusive pursuit, Zi Chen obviously could not hold on for long. After running to a star field called Pomegranate, the exhausted Zi Chen suddenly stopped. He put away the heavenly thunder wings and supported his exhausted body as he slowly moved forward in the star field with a completely relaxed expression. In the surroundings of that star field, there were many cultivators who heard the news and came to watch. Chapter 2281. Within the cosmic origin cauldron, the monk and the others appeared. During this period of escape, they would appear to help when they were surrounded. At this moment, they were all injured and looked very pathetic. The few who came out looked around. When they saw the Saint Kings who had stopped, they smiled and walked forward. During this time, the monk turned back and made some provocative gestures at the Saint Kings from the Huete clan, which attracted many cold and murderous gazes. The 7 of them swaggered forward, leaving behind the 3 Saint Kings and a group of saints. They stood still and looked serious. In front of Zi Chen and the others stood 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a feather robe that looked like it was made of flames. She was tall and beautiful. She was the great Saint Rosefinch. As for the other 4, they were the great saints Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Thunder. Although their strength had not fully recovered to the great saint level, they were still at the Saint King level. They stood there and restrained their auras, but they still made the experts from the Huete clan feel great pressure and stop moving forward. The 5 great saints were very calm. They had faint smiles on their faces as they looked at the return of Zi Chen and the others. The people from the Huete clan looked very serious. Their eyes were full of fear. "Hey, you guys, aren't you going to kill your Lord Buddha? Come on, I'll stand here today. I promise I won't move." In this silent anger, the monk's voice suddenly sounded. He had finally walked to a relatively safe distance and turned to provoke the 3 Saint Kings. Hearing the monk's provocation, the great Saint Azure Dragon could not help but shake his head and laugh. Why did the Buddhist sect have such a person? Can't they see the situation clearly? If they really wanted to fight, we wouldn't have shown up so quickly. If the Buddha knew, he would be pissed to death. But this character is not bad. Those Baldies are too hypocritical. This one in front of us is more straightforward. The sacred beast of thunder said with a smile. The other 3 smiled and did not say anything. The 3 Saint Kings were furious when they heard the provocation, but they did not dare to do anything too overboard. Although the 5 people had restrained their auras, they still felt a sense of fear. In a one-on-one situation, they did not have any chance of winning. What's more, they had the advantage in numbers. In the distance, those who had come from this star field purely to watch the battle were all shocked. Their gazes were constantly sizing up the green dragon Grand Sage and the other 4. In their hearts, they did not expect the 5 of them to be able to stop the 3 Sage Kings of the Huete clan. "Hey, are you guys coming or not? If you don't come, we're leaving." Seeing no reaction from the trio, Monk bellowed again. "Tell me, all of you spent so much effort chasing after me. Do you think you'll feel better if you don't fight? Come, Lord Zung will wait here. I promise I won't fight back." The monk's expression was very arrogant and his tone was very proud. He didn't look like a monk at all. Moreover, this guy seemed to be afraid of nothing and was afraid of nothing. Beside him, Zi Chen was well aware of this fellow's motive for incessant provocations. It was none other than that saint artifact that caught his eye. However, how could that saint weapon be so easily obtained? Not to mention the fact that they could not fight this battle. Even if they could, the monk would not be able to take away the saint weapon after killing these few Saint Kings. No matter how unreasonable and shameless he was, it was impossible for him to take the saint weapon away. "Let's go." The three Saint Kings looked deeply at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest before turning to leave. If they fought this battle, they would definitely die. Hence, they couldn't fight. Seeing the three Saint Kings and the other saints leave, Monk was very disappointed that they didn't fight. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage turned his head to look at a certain spot in the void and said indifferently, "Why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you want to exchange blows with us?" The void where the Azure Dragon Grand Sage was looking at started to distort. A figure appeared. He glanced at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage before turning to leave. The arrogant monk's expression changed. His face was a little pale. He turned to look at Zichin and said, "There's actually a fourth Saint King." Along the way, I felt that there was some danger. However, I didn't sense the source of the danger. "It seems like he has been following us," Zichin said. "When did this happen?" Monk asked again. He didn't sense anything at all. "When that Saint King lost his arm, I felt some kind of danger. I decisively retreated. Damn it, those fellows are really cunning. A dignified overlord force actually dares to use such a shameless killing move." Monk cursed angrily. Then his face was filled with regret and annoyance. "It's a pity that we couldn't kill the four of them. If we had left the four of them and a saint weapon alive, we would have fewer enemies in the future." Zichin looked at Monk and sneered. "If we had killed the four of them today, we would have been wiped out before the war with the foreign races started. Do you think a saint weapon is so easy to obtain? If they had chosen to start a war today, the Huete clan would definitely come out. Under such circumstances, all the saints on the Life Star would be pinned down here. Once the foreign race saints invaded, the Life Star would definitely be destroyed. Isn't it the same? They will be our enemies sooner or later," Monk mumbled. "By then, we would have lost most of the foreign race saints. We would still have the strength to fight the Huete clan. Although the order is different, the result will be very different." In front of the 5 great saints, they bowed respectfully. The Azure Dragon Great Sage nodded and said, "This time we have already alerted the enemy. We should go back and prepare. There is not much time before the war starts." Because LV Peng had opened the passage last time, the protection of the heavenly Tao had weakened. In less than 100 years, the foreign race saints would invade. After learning this, Zichin and the others did not stay any longer. They went straight to the Nephes starfield. This time, they had gained a lot from entering the Huete clan. There were already hundreds of planets in the universal origin cauldron. As for Saint crystals and solid energy, there were countless of them. After returning to the Nephes starfield, Zichin took out the universal origin cauldron. It contained everyone's gains. Seeing this supreme treasure that belonged to the Life Star again, the great saint's expressions were filled with amazement and emotion. If the war started, the universal origin cauldron could play a greater role on the Life Star. The Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others did not refuse. This time, they had gained a lot on the star passage. They had looted several starfields and taken control of a few saints. These would be the secret resources of the Life Star. At a critical moment, they would be of great use. Next, the saints here would return in batches. Time was tight. The more saints they could create, the better. Therefore, Zichin returned to the Martial Heaven continent with the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others on the same day. After that, Zichin went to the Time Castle and began to extract the laws within the Saint crystals. He worked with his clone to condense as many Saint crystals as possible. It was worth mentioning that because the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others had grown stronger, the time flow of the castle, which had been accelerated 100 times for saints, had doubled again. Zichin extracted Saint crystals every day. After that, he would arrange the Saint Force laws he had extracted neatly according to their categories. The other saints would then select some heavenly realm experts according to these laws and let his clone sense them to condense Saint crystals. After extracting all the laws within the Saint crystals, Zichin also joined the process of condensing Saint crystals. In the Boundless sect, everyone could see the signs of Saint crystals forming almost every day. Sometimes they could even see the phenomenon twice a day. One day in the outside world was 200 days in the time castle. During these 200 days, Zichun and his clone were both condensing Saint crystals. At the same time, the Heavenly Realm experts who had obtained Saint crystals also began to condense them. Almost every day, Heavenly Realm experts who had become saints would walk out of the time castle. Time passed. It had been less than 10 years since the invasion of the foreign races. The Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others were considering how to deal with the invasion of the foreign races. During this time, they also needed to make some defenses. It was worth mentioning that the Heavenly Realm experts who had become saints this time were not just from the 2 continents. There were also Heavenly Realm experts from the other continents on the Life Star. The Life Star would not be spared from the invasion of the foreign races. Once the 2 continents were breached, the entire Life Star would be destroyed. Several great saints had already opened the transportation channel. The Heavenly Realm experts all came to the Martial Heaven continent and the Boundless sect to wait for the Saint crystals. For these people, this was a very rare opportunity. Zichun wholeheartedly devoted himself to the process of condensing Saint crystals. As for how to deal with the invasion of the foreign races, it was up to the Azure Dragon Great Sage, Su Mengyao, Tyrant, and the others to discuss. During this time, the saints who had been nurtured over the years would be arranged on the 2 continents to face the enemy together. The invasion of the foreign race saints was getting closer and closer, and Zichun's time was getting tighter and tighter. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Star Road, which was known as the most mysterious place, there was an unforeseen event. 3 special teleportation platforms lit up. These 3 teleportation platforms were located in the 3 Overlord forces. Just as the transportation channels lit up, a person walked out of the Jia Tu clan. He was Jia Tu Huangtu. After walking out of the clan, he went straight to the transportation channel to the Nepha's starfield. Now that the transportation channel had been opened, it was time for Zichun to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the Nepha's starfield, Jia Tu Huangtu saw Xingqian. After that, Xingqian came to the Boundless sect to send a message. Zichun had to come out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Zichun bid farewell to these people and stepped onto the transportation channel to the Nepha's starfield. It was worth mentioning that he left the Cosmos Origin cauldron behind. In the upcoming battle, this cauldron would be more useful. Chapter 2282. How long will it take to get out? Zichun asked Jia Tu and Huang Tu as they left the Star of Sin. I'm not sure. Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years, or maybe I'll never be able to get out. Jia Tu and Huang Tu shook their heads and said, Actually, you're already very lucky. Few of those who have stepped on the star path can go there. The star path was like a big pocket that could fit everyone in. But if one wanted to leave, the price to pay was too high. If Zichun hadn't met Yiqian, he would have had a long way to go to reach the Life Star, or maybe he wouldn't have gone at all. The war would start soon. But according to Jia Tu and Huang Tu, Zichun obviously wouldn't be able to make it. However, he had done enough for the Life Star. The current situation of the Life Star was the best it had ever been since the 2 sides had confronted each other. The war hadn't started yet, but the alien race saints were already doomed to be defeated. Now, what everyone needed to pay attention to was the final battle with the forces on the star path. Jia Tu and Huang Tu didn't know much about the most mysterious area, but they told him that it was the end of the star path. Once he reached there, he would reach the end. Do you know why there are no Saint Kings on the star path? Facing Jia Tu and Huang Tu's sudden question, Zichun shook his head in puzzlement. Since the star path had been developed, there were many saints in each star area, but Zichun had never seen a Saint King, except for the Overlord forces. On the star path, there has always been a privilege. Anyone who has reached the Saint King realm can use this privilege to enter the deepest part of the star path. There are many legends about that place. Among them, there are two things that everyone wants the most: the passage to leave and a powerful saint weapon. So, anyone who has reached the Saint King realm will enter that star area on their own. According to what I know, the minimum requirement to enter that star area is to become a Saint King realm. If the minimum requirement is Saint King realm, then what's our situation? Ziqin asked, puzzled. It's a special situation. It's said that it's a reward for the three forces guarding the star area. That's why saints can enter to seek opportunities. Even so, each of us only has 5 spots, which is pitifully little. Apart from the fact that the 5 of you must be saints, are there any other requirements to enter that star field? Yes, a saint-level physical body is the minimum requirement. The 2 of them arrived at the Jatu family and met with the Jatu family patriarch. In addition, Ziqin also met with several elders. It could be seen that they attached great importance to this matter. When their gazes fell on Ziqin, every elder would nod and smile to express their goodwill. This time, apart from Ziqin, Jia-Tu and Huang-Tu, who had a saint-level physical body, were also among the 5. The other 3 had been waiting here for a long time. Judging from their auras, they weren't any weaker than Jia-Tu and Huang. Tuesday, come with me. Seeing that all 5 of them had arrived, Jia-Tu Qixing nodded at them and signaled for them to follow. The other elders were waiting outside, and the 6 of them entered the room. After closing the door, Jituki looked at the 5 of them and said, "Before entering this place, I only have a few words for you. Remember, physical body, ability, weapon." These few words made it difficult for them to think of anything else. Even Ziqin frowned, seeming very puzzled. Whether or not you can return successfully depends on your luck. After saying this, Jituki Sheng signaled for them to leave. However, when they went out this time, Ziqin actually saw Yiqian. He nodded at her. A young Saint King stood beside Yiqian. He was standing at the back of the group. His back was slightly bent, as if he was a servant. Jia-Tu, Huang-Tu, and the others who came out all bowed to the goddess, then to the Saint King. "Come with me," the young Saint King said, and then led the way. "You want to go in too." Ziqin, who stood behind the Saint King and beside Yiqian, asked through telepathy. He had to use telepathy because at this moment everyone in the Jadu family was looking at him. Compared to the 4 members of the Jadu family, Ziqin was a little too close to the goddess. Walking side by side with the goddess was something even the head of the family didn't dare do. "They want me to go in. They say they want to see my potential," Yiqian said through telepathy. "Potential? Don't you have a god-level bloodline? Why do they want to see your potential?" Ziqin didn't understand. "I'm not sure. It said that there are strong and weak god-level bloodlines," Yiqian said through telepathy. "Right, you have to be careful when you go in. It said that it's very dangerous inside. Although my freedom won't be restricted once I go in, I probably won't be able to help you. But if I have the chance, I'll go see you. Thank you in advance. With a goddess like you looking after me, I'm sure my situation will be better. Do you know what it's like inside?" "I'm not sure. Jituki Ta didn't tell me. He just said I didn't need to worry about that. After we go in, someone will arrange everything. However, he said that the space inside is similar to a normal star field. It has almost everything." Yiqian said through telepathy, "Jituki Ta is the one in front. It said that he's the first person to come out of that world. But even if I asked, he wouldn't tell me what's going on inside." Ziqin was surprised. He didn't expect that this Saint King was the only one to come out of the depths. If that was the case, then the saint weapon that he had almost snatched away last time must have been brought out by the other party. Following the other party, they entered a spatial passage guarded by more than a dozen saints and several Saint Kings. Along the way, Ziqin had already seen several Saint Kings and had a certain understanding of the overall strength of the Jetu family. If they wanted to attack the Life Star, the Jetu family would send out all of their forces. Even if they could defend the Life Star, they would suffer a great loss. As one of the 3 overlords, the Jatu family had an unimaginable foundation. Jituki Ta was the first to enter the passage. Then he stood at the other end of the passage and stood there respectfully. I Qian was the second to enter, followed by Ziqin. In this space, Ziqin saw a shining teleportation platform. Around the teleportation platform, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged. After sensing the appearance of the group, they opened their eyes and stood up to greet I Qian respectfully. The aura around the 4 old men was very strong. They must have walked very far in the Saint King realm. Ziqin felt that the 4 of them were not weaker than the Azure Dragon Great Sage, who was also a Saint King. The passage has been opened. Goddess can go in. One of the old men stepped aside and said with a hoarse voice. He had a respectful expression. Goddess, please. Jituki Ta bowed and gestured for I Qian to go first. I Qian stepped onto the teleportation platform and turned to look at Ziqin. She gave him a look that said both of them understood. I Qian stepped onto the teleportation platform. Her figure became distorted on the teleportation platform and then disappeared. After you go in, you must be very careful. Remember. Jituki Ta said to Ziqin and the others. The 5 of them nodded. I know that your background is not ordinary, but compared to the goddess, you are still too weak. Ziqin, stay away from the goddess. That way, you can live longer. Remember, your mission is to obtain a saint weapon. Stay alive and bring a saint weapon. Do not provoke an unexpected disaster. A voice transmission sounded in Ziqin's mind. It came from Jituki Ta. This was a serious advice. Although the tone was not appropriate, it was definitely sincere. Of course, the reason was the saint weapon. The Jituki clan needed Ziqin to bring out a saint weapon. Among the 5 of them, the one who was most likely to bring out a saint weapon was of course Ziqin, who had the strongest battle strength. For a saint weapon, it was not wrong to remind Ziqin. After waiting for a while, Jituki Ta said, All right, the 5 of you can go up. The 5 of them nodded again and walked up one by one. But this time, the order did not matter because the 5 of them were teleported together. After that, Jituki Ta did not give any more instructions. The moment the 5 of them stood on the teleportation platform, the light on the platform changed. The 5 of them distorted and disappeared. I wonder how many of them will come out this time. Looking at the 5 of them who disappeared, an old man said, Maybe 1. Maybe none of them will come out. Jituki Ta said indifferently, Jituki Ta, what is the secret inside? An old man asked curiously, If you want to know, you can go in and see for yourself. Jituki Ta said, Although that place will not stop us, we are not stupid. That place is no different from a prison. Over the years, how many people have gone in, but who has come out? I am afraid that in history, you are the only one who came out. After entering that unknown space, even if you obtain a saint weapon, you will lose your freedom. Moreover, in an environment where the weakest is a saint king, those who do not come out are likely to have met with misfortune. What was in the depths of the star path had always been a secret. Even an overlord like Jituki Ta did not know much about it. Although they could not contact the people inside, they knew that most of the people who had entered were still alive. After sensing the bloodline of the 4 of them, they would give them some protection. This alone would increase the chances of the 4 of them coming out. As for Ziqin, he came from a life star, although he could not receive the protection of the Jituki Ta family. In these years, some life stars had entered. If they did not die, they would not sit idly by. This was why Jituki Ta was willing to trade with Ziqin. Chapter 2283. When his figure reappeared, the moment his feet touched the ground, Ziqin felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. In the face of this pressure, his figure became unstable and he instantly knelt on the ground. Beside him, the 4 people who appeared at the same time as him were also in a similar state. Their faces were pale, their backs were bent, their legs were on the ground, and their hands were on the ground, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. In addition to this huge pressure, there was another mysterious energy that filled this place. This energy instantly isolated the heaven-defying energy in his body and blocked his soul perception. It was as if there were layers of seals on his body. At this moment, under these layers of seals, Zichen became an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. He couldn't fly, couldn't use energy to attack, and couldn't use his soul to perceive other things. What's going on? Such an unforeseen event shocked the 5 people. They looked at each other, and when they saw the same expression on each other's faces, they were slightly relieved. If it was just one person who was in this situation, they didn't know what to do. After gradually adapting to the pressure around him, Zichen stood up and straightened his back. When he raised his head, he didn't see Yi Qian, who had arrived first, but he saw something else. There were houses here. The houses stood in an irregular pattern, and they looked very old. Some were even very dilapidated. Most of these houses were made of wood, and there were very few of them made of earth. Occasionally, there were a few tall stone houses. Seeing the scene in front of them, Jia Tu and Huang Tu were quite surprised. They looked around curiously and were very excited. But when Zichen saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Everything in front of him immediately reminded him of what had happened in the Tianwu continent. At that time, there was a small village. The first time, Zichen saved that small village from the hands of assassins. The second time, he and Wang Xian were hunted down and fled to that village, where they received help from the simple villagers. The scene in the village that gave him a sense of dilapidation was very similar to the scene he was seeing now. But in that village, the people who lived there were all mortals. And the place Zichen was standing in was known as the most mysterious place on the star path, a place closely related to the God clan. How could such a place look like a village in the mortal world? Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu had never left the star path, so naturally they had never seen mortals. They were very curious about the building in front of them. However, Zichen knew very well that this was the worst building in the world. The current martial heaven continent had been transformed by him. Everyone was a cultivator. It was almost impossible to find another place like this that had already become Zichen's memory. Seeing this today made him relive those memories. Could it be an illusion? Zichen closed his eyes and prepared to mobilize the perfect spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness to dispel this scene that he should not have seen. However, he quickly opened his eyes and revealed a bitter smile. His soul was sealed, and he couldn't use his perfect spiritual sense at all. He was just like a real mortal. Is this a test? Was it a test of one's mental state? As long as I pass this stage, I'll be able to return to normal? Zichen guessed in his heart. He did not believe that all of this was true. The most mysterious place on the star path had such a scene. People who lived in the most mysterious place on the star path had a life worse than mortals. Be careful. This might be an illusion. Looking at the 4 curious people, Zichen kindly reminded them, an illusion? But all of this is so real. One of the saints said. Zichen remembered that the other party was called Jia Tu and Ming Tuesday. Since this place is known as the most mysterious place, it's not strange that there's such a realistic illusion. Zichen said again, "Are you so sure that this is an illusion?" Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu turned to look at Zichen. The other 4 also turned their heads. They lived in different environments and had never seen such a strange and peculiar building. Zichen nodded and said, "In our world, the residence of mortals was like this, and most of the mortals built stone houses. Places like this are the most dilapidated. In the words of mortals, there is no labor in this kind of family, and life is very difficult." Mortals, what is that? Jia Tu and Ming Tu asked curiously. They seemed to have heard of a magical species. Humans who have never cultivated any techniques, don't know how to use energy, and don't have soul power. Zichen thought about it and really didn't know how to explain it to them in detail. He could only point at himself and say, "Just like our current situation." In this way, not only did the 4 of them not worry at all, but it even aroused their curiosity. Jia, Tu, and Ming Tu sensed their own situation and jumped twice on the spot. They said in surprise, "Is that so? We can't even fly. There's no energy, so we can't use aircraft. Do we rely on teleportation arrays?" Mortals can't enter teleportation arrays. The power in the teleportation arrays will tear mortals into pieces. Ziqin said helplessly. If we can't use teleportation arrays, wouldn't it be boring to stay on a planet for the rest of our lives? Boring. At this moment, the other party actually thought of the word boring. Zichen was speechless. He could only explain, "The planet we're on is very big. It's about a planet about 100,000 times the size of your main planet." Huh. The four of them were very surprised. They obviously didn't expect a planet to be so big. Looking at their exaggerated expressions, Zichen said helplessly, "We should be talking about an illusion now, right? Now, in our world, there are no mortals anymore. And this is the center of the star field. How can there be a place where mortals live? So, I'm sure this is an illusion." This was the deepest part of the star path. It was indeed impossible for there to be mortals. The four of them agreed with Zichen's point of view and nodded. One of the saints asked doubtfully, "But what's going on with our situation? Our energy has been sealed. Does that mean we've become mortals like you're talking about? Are we going to live here next? If we want to break the illusion, we naturally can't let it continue to develop. Now, let's not move. As long as we don't move, it won't trigger the illusion. Let's not move and wait for the person controlling the illusion to move first. Then, we'll break the illusion step by step. But how can we break it? Have we already become mortals? We can only wait and see if there are any abnormalities. But under normal circumstances, to break the illusion, we need to be more powerful than the controller of the illusion. But now that our strength is almost all sealed, this method obviously can't be used. So, we can only destroy things that may interfere with us." Zichen's calmness was convincing. His certainty made people feel at peace. Just like that, the five of them stood in place, motionless. As for their eyes, they were looking around to see if anything unusual happened. A moment later, the sound of heavy hammers hitting iron was heard. Zichen recognized that this was the sound of weapons being forged. It was very loud and powerful. "Is this a change?" Jia Tu Huang asked. Zichen didn't speak, and his expression became solemn. The sound lasted for nearly half a quarter of an hour and then stopped. From a slightly dilapidated room, a bare-chested, brawny man walked out. He was sweating profusely, and his sweat soaked his pants. After coming out, he walked towards Zichen and the others. After seeing the brawny man's appearance, the expressions of the four saints from the Jia Tu family changed. They looked at the brawny man in disbelief. "Do you know him?" Seeing the expressions of the four, Zichen's heart moved and he asked. The four nodded. Jia Tu Huang said he's an elder of the family. He has been here for many years. This is one of the changes. Don't be fooled, Zichen said in a deep voice. The four nodded. The brawny man came in front of the four, ignoring Zichen. He looked at Jia Tu and the others and said, "You guys, who wants to go with me?" The four looked at each other and then turned to Zichen for help. "Who are you?" Zichen stared at the brawny man and asked. "Go away. I didn't ask you." The brawny man glanced at Zichen and said unhappily, "Kill him," Zichen said again, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Huh. The four saints were stunned again. "He's fake. It's just an illusion. He's not a member of your family. Hurry up and do it. If you delay, something will happen," Zichen emphasized. Jia Tu Huang had known Zichen for a long time and knew that he never joked. So without saying a word, he mobilized his energy and was about to step forward. But he soon found that he had no energy to mobilize, so he could only clench his fist and punch at the opponent's face. Although he had no energy, his physical body was strong enough. So this attack was much stronger than a mortal's. It broke through the air. Seeing Jia Tu Huang make a move, the brawny man looked back at Zichen again. This time his expression was full of disdain. With a light flick of his sleeve, Jiatu and Huangtu's punch changed direction, and they were sent flying. Kill! When the other three saw this, they also shouted and rushed forward. Without energy, they could only use the power of their physical bodies. The brawny man stood in place and didn't move. He stretched out his hand and moved it 3 times in front of him. Then the 3 of them flew out. Trash! You're all trash! Ignoring Ziqin, who was in a daze, the brawny man looked at the 4 people on the ground and said unhappily, Jia, 2 raised for trash like you? You can't even distinguish between the real and the fake? The 4 of them stood up, looking vigilant. They didn't know how to answer. Ziqin had been staring at the brawny man. After seeing him make a move, he suddenly remembered what Jia Tuqixing had said before. Ability, physical body, weapon. Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, but a real test? Just as Ziqin was puzzled, the brawny man pointed at Jia Tuhuang and said, You're the stupidest idiot. Come with me. The 3 of you stay here for me. After saying that, without waiting for Jia Tuhuang to decide, he stepped forward and grabbed Jia Tuhuang's collar, dragging him to the room that he had just walked out of. Ziqin's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, he clearly saw the other party use a physical body control technique to easily resolve Jia Tuhuang's uneasy resistance. Then he easily grabbed his collar and walked away. Chapter 2284. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu were taken away just like that, leaving behind the 3 dumbfounded people. Book to read once the 3 of them didn't chase after him because they felt that he was the ancestor of their family. Then the 3 of them looked back at Ziqin with a look of help in their eyes. Maybe I was wrong. This isn't an illusion. It seems to be a test. Ziqin thought seriously and said in a deep voice, Test? What test? Jia, Tu, and Ming Tu asked. I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. The things here were indeed beyond his expectations. At this moment, Ziqin's mind was recalling the other party's attack just now. Maybe the 3 of them couldn't sense anything. They just felt that their strength was sealed and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. But Ziqin, who had learned close combat, knew very well that the brawny man just now used physical combat skills, and the use of power was very clever. Even if the 2 sides fought with energy, they would still have no power to resist. What is this place? Ziqin's heart was full of curiosity about this area. After waiting in place for about a quarter of an hour, figures finally appeared in their line of sight. It was 3 people, 3 old men. The 3 saints from the Jia Tu family, after seeing the 3 old men, were startled and looked at each other in disbelief. You know each other? Ziqin asked. The 3 of them nodded, looking very excited. Jia Tu and Ming Tu said directly, One of them is a direct ancestor of my bloodline. How could this be? Ziqin was startled when he heard this. The 3 of them quickly walked over. They were wearing very simple clothes, and one of them was even patched. After coming in front of the 4 people, the 3 from the Jia Tu family hurriedly saluted. Ziqin didn't know the situation. He just stood in place and watched, not saying a word. The 3 old men didn't look at Ziqin, but looked up and down at the 3 people. Their expressions were as if they were looking at livestock waiting to be traded. They looked at the 3 people until their hair stood on end. Book to read 1 cc. Just nice, 1 for each of us. Who's going to pick first? The old man with patched robes, who didn't seem to be leading a good life, spoke first. Pick whatever you want. Just make sure you don't die, the second old man said. The 3rd person nodded. Then they casually chose the person closest to them and said, Let's go! From the beginning to the end, the 3 old men did not even look at Ziqin, completely ignoring him. As the 3 of them left, they kept looking back at Ziqin with every step they took. It was obvious that they were still very nervous. What are you looking at? You don't even know if you can live past tomorrow, and you still have the time to care about others? One of the old men said indifferently. Based on the other party's words, it proved that the other party could see Ziqin and was indeed ignoring him. Those words also contained an extremely deep meaning. They would not be able to live past tomorrow. Could it be that there was some hidden danger here? Speaking of which, in such a place where one's strength was completely sealed once one encountered danger, it would definitely be life-threatening. However, as a newcomer, Zichen had no idea what he should do at this moment. Wait, that seemed to be the only way. However, the village in front of him was like the same. There were only houses and no people. If he continued to wait here, what could he wait for? Look around? Zichen immediately dispelled this idea. Other than these dilapidated houses, there was nothing else to see. As for entering those houses, it was obviously even more impossible. It seemed that he could only wait. Soon, 2 hours had passed. The sun was gradually setting, and Zichen felt a chill in his heart for no reason. The 4 people who had left earlier could no longer be seen at this moment. Even the house that Zichen could see Jia Tu and Huang Tu walking into no longer emitted the sound of hammering iron tools. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, and still not seeing anyone else, Zichen was a little flustered. Book WW, book WW, book 1. See, just as he was hesitating in his heart about whether to look around, he saw an old man walk in from outside the village. The robe on his body was patched in many places. His face was old and full of wrinkles. His back was slightly stooped, and he carried a pickaxe on his back. He was dragging his tired body step by step, walking into the distance. The old man didn't notice Zichen and walked in another direction. The impression he gave Zichen was that he was a lonely old man with no children and a poor family background, living a very poor and hard life. Although he kept reminding himself that this was the depths of the Star Road, and it was impossible for such a situation to occur. However, everything in front of him was so real. The tired eyes, the stooped back, and the wrinkles on his face were all so clearly visible. After walking into the village and another 100 meters, the old man seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look this way. He saw Zichen, and Zichen was sizing up the first person who had appeared after a long time. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Zichen saw a pair of turbid and tired eyes. The other party was like a real mortal old man, without the slightest trace of an expert. Hey! The old man saw Zichen and sized him up a few times. He exclaimed in surprise, and then walked over. The old man held the pickaxe with one hand and put the other hand on his waist, where a gourd was tied with a rope. It was unknown whether the gourd was filled with wine or water. The old man opened the cork and raised the gourd with his calloused hand. He drank a mouthful and then smacked his lips in satisfaction. Looking at the old man's expression, Zichen guessed that it should be wine. At the same time, he guessed that this was an old man who knew how to enjoy hardship. He didn't speak and quietly looked at the old man. The old man was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. His soul was suppressed, and he couldn't perceive the old man's aura. The old man came in front of Zichen and sized him up. He then looked at the sky and said, "What a pitiful little guy. Are you willing to follow me?" Zichen didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. It seemed that this was his only choice. According to the old man of the Jetu clan, there seemed to be some kind of danger here. This kind of danger couldn't be encountered during the day, so perhaps it would appear at night. Let's go. The old man turned around and walked towards the distance with his tired body. Zichen walked behind him and looked at the old man's appearance. He couldn't help but ask, "Old mister, do you want me to help you carry this thing?" "No need. It's going to be dark soon. We have to speed up," the old man said without turning his head. However, his speed wasn't very fast. This made Zichen even more puzzled. During this time, Zichen passed by a house and found that the doors were all closed. Occasionally, he could hear sounds coming from those houses. It could be seen that there were people inside. The old man's residence was relatively at the back. It was a wooden house, and it was very dilapidated. Looking at the old man's clothes, Zichen could also guess that the old man's life wasn't very satisfactory. It was normal for him to have this kind of residence that could only block the wind and not the rain. After entering the room, the old man put down the pickaxe against the wall. Zichen followed him in. Not surprisingly, he didn't see any decent furniture. "It's dark. Hurry up and close the door," the old man said again. This was the second sentence he said to Zichen. Zichen nodded his head and was about to close the door behind him. However, when his hand landed on the door, the expression on his face changed. It was as if what was in front of him wasn't a wooden door. Instead, it was an iron door. It was incomparably heavy. However, even if it was an iron door, Zichen, who had a saint-level physical body, should be able to easily move it. Even if it was a mountain, Zichen could still move it. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, the wooden door didn't move at all. How can this be? Zichen could feel that his energy was sealed. However, his saint-level physical body was still there. The strength he exerted was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of a mortal. However, he still couldn't move the wooden door at all. It wasn't until he exerted strength with both hands that the wooden door trembled slightly. Then it slowly moved. Every time it moved, Zichen had to expend a lot of strength. At this moment, the old man was standing behind Zichen. When he saw that Zichen was using all his strength to close the door, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his muddy and tired eyes. After the door was closed, Zichen was so tired that he almost collapsed. He leaned against the wooden door and slowly sat down. He was constantly panting and sweating profusely. Just closing a door was more tiring than fighting a sage ruler. The room was pitch black. Only the sound of Zichen's rapid breathing could be heard. After that, an oil lamp emitted a dim light. At least there was some light in the room. However, the light was too weak. Zichen's hand flashed, and he took out a luminous pearl. The pearl emitted a bright light and illuminated the entire room. It had to be said that a luminous pearl in such a dilapidated room was out of place. The old man glanced at the luminous pearl and didn't say anything. "Old man, what's going on?" Zichen asked curiously as he placed the luminous pearl on the wooden table. "I'm going to cook first. It's been a tiring day. We'll talk after eating." After the old man finished speaking, he walked into a side room. That seemed to be the kitchen. "Old man, I have some food here. You don't have to cook." As he spoke, Zichen took out some decent food. These were all from the interspatial ring. However, he quickly noticed some problems. His soul perception had been blocked. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to take anything out. However, he took it out now. Moreover, it was very easy. However, when Zichen tried to put the things back, he realized that he couldn't put them back. In other words, after the things arrived in this world, they couldn't go back. If they couldn't go back, then they couldn't. Zichen didn't feel bad. It was just some food and a luminous pearl. Leaving them here was nothing. Moreover, the old man had taken him in. "If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself." The old man walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of something that looked like porridge. Moreover, the color was slightly black. At first glance, it didn't look appetizing. Zichen politely declined. He took out the food from before and gave it to the old man. However, the old man rejected it. After that, Zichen ate his own food. All kinds of lights shone, and all kinds of spirit energy fluctuations. It was simply a delicacy. As for the old man, he finished the 2 bowls of black porridge. Then he drank a mouthful of wine from the gourd. He seemed to be very satisfied. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he didn't care about Zichen's mess. He threw a piece of tattered clothes to Zichen and said, "I'm tired today. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you tomorrow. This place is small. You can sleep on the floor." After that, the old man went back to his room to sleep. Under normal circumstances, Zichen wouldn't feel sleepy even if he didn't sleep for decades or centuries. However, he suddenly felt very sleepy. He took out a comfortable blanket from his spirit ring and slept on the floor. That night, he faintly heard the wind. Chapter 2285. Before he fell asleep, Zichen had a very new bedding on, and under him But when he woke up, he found that there was nothing on his body. Only a light, sand-like dust fell on his body. His whole body was completely naked, and even the clothes on his body were gone. He hurriedly took out new clothes from the space ring and put them on. After he got up, he saw that the luminous pearl on the table beside him yesterday was gone, and there was some gravel and dust there. Next to the luminous pearl, the tableware that Zi-chan did not clean up yesterday and the food that he had not finished eating were all turned into gravel and dust. Zi-chen felt the flow of time from the gravel and dust, as if these things had suddenly passed through thousands of years. Obviously, all of this was not done by the old man, but by the environment here. He looked not far away, and the tattered clothes that were sewn with many patches and did not fit very well were still there. He was deep in thought. After that he felt hunger, a kind of hunger that made his stomach rumble. He clearly ate something last night. Moreover, he usually did not need to eat. "You're awake." Just when Zi-chen was puzzled, an old voice sounded from behind him. He saw the old man walk out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of black porridge like last night. Putting the porridge on the table, the old man said, "You must be hungry. Drink this first, and then you can ask." This time, Zi-chen did not refuse. He nodded, sat down, and began to eat the porridge in big mouthfuls. This porridge did not seem to have any nutrition, and the taste was not very good, but it was filling. After a few mouthfuls, Zi-chen's previous hunger disappeared. After finishing the porridge in the bowl in one breath, Zi-chen put down the bowl, thanked the old man, and asked, "May I ask, where is this place?" "You came here by yourself, and you still don't know where this place is?" The old man looked at Zi-chen and said calmly, "This is the deepest part of the star path, known as the most mysterious place on the star path." Zi-chen was shocked. A powerful cultivator turned into a mortal. Is the mystery of this area not enough? Isn't this a test? As long as I complete the test, won't my energy be restored? Zi-chen asked with his eyes wide open. That's true. If this place is really a test, then this old man has been here for a long time. It seems that I have no hope of completing the test in my lifetime. The old man shook his head and sighed. Since I can't complete the test, can I leave? Those who enter cannot leave. They will never be able to leave. The old man clearly didn't want to continue this topic. He said directly, "This is a new space and it has its own order. Most of the things in the outside world cannot withstand the erosion of time. Just like what you saw in the morning. They will turn into sand and disappear under time. This world only recognizes what it recognizes." "What kind of world is this?" Zi-chen asked again. Obviously, this question was the one that really hit the nail on the head. The old man said, "It is said that this is a world created by the strongest Protoss. It has its own order and rules. Is the strongest of the Shen clan a heavenly god?" Zi-chen was shocked. The old man shook his head. "If it's not a celestial god, could it be in existence even stronger than a celestial god? That's just a rumor. I don't know either." The old man shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Has old Mr. been staying here all this time? Then, old Mr., do you know where I can find a holy weapon?" "I came here mainly for the holy weapon," Zi-chen said. The old man looked at Zi-chen with a strange look in his eyes. "No matter what your purpose is for coming here, the first thing you need to do is to survive and be self-reliant." Zi-chen was puzzled. "First, you need to rely on your own labor to obtain food to survive. Right now, you are no different from a mortal. You need to eat every day. Food is the most basic thing. If you don't get food to replenish your strength, you will starve to death. After that, you can build your own residence. It's not safe here at night. No one dares to spend the night outside. Once you have food and a place to stay, you can think about the holy weapon. Even if you meet the requirements and obtain a holy weapon, you can't leave. Why? Because none of the people who came here have ever walked out alive. Not a single one." The old man waved his hand and said, "Even if I tell you this now, you won't understand. After you get used to this place, you will know more about it. I can provide you with a place to stay for now, but you have to earn your own food. I don't keep idle people. Old mister, you said I'm immortal. Are you from the Life Star? Zi Chen was startled. He suddenly asked. The old man looked at Zi Chen one more time, his face odd. If I'm not from the Life Star, why would I care about you? In this place, people are working hard to survive. Who has time to care about other people? The old man came from the Life Star. This surprised and delighted Zi Chen. According to Jia Tu and Huang Tu, this old man in front of him should be at least a Holy King realm expert. He immediately bowed, respectfully. I'm Zi Chen. Nice to meet you, precursor. May I know which planet you're from? Please tell me your name. I've long forgotten my name. I only remember that my family name is Zhanwu. It's all in the past. No need to mention it. The old man waved his hand. So you're from the Zhanwu family? When I was in the Zhanwu continent, I met a friend from the Zhanwu family. Zi Chen was a little surprised. All right, we don't have much time. Today, I'll take you to familiarize with this place. The old man stooped to pick up the pickaxe by the wall. He carried it on his back, turned around, and walked to the door. It seemed like he wasn't interested in Zi Chen's words. He gently pulled the wooden door that Zi Chen had to use all of his strength to close the day before opened. Zi Chen followed him, asking curiously, Precursor, what should we do next? After knowing that the old man came from the Life Star, Zi Chen looked at the old man more warmly. First, we'll go to the mine. See if we can get some high-quality black iron. While walking out of the village, Zi Chen met some other people. However, they didn't greet each other as if they were strangers. Some of them were holding pickaxes, while others were holding sickles. They looked hurried. Several miles away from the village, there were some mountains that weren't too high. The two of them walked one after the other. When you walk, watch your step. Be careful of the insects. The insects here are very poisonous. Once you're bitten, if you don't get treated in time, you won't be able to keep your life. It's windy at night. In the wind, there are some ants and mosquitoes that can fly. They're very dangerous. Usually, if you meet them, you'll die. Don't underestimate these insects. They're not ordinary insects. Before their names, there's a god. Divine ants, divine mosquitoes, and so on. They have magical powers. Since you're new here, you haven't adapted to the environment yet. If you get bitten, you'll die for sure because I don't have the antidote. Listening to the old man, Zi Chen looked around cautiously. At the same time, he was a little scared. If it's so dangerous, why didn't you make any preparations? Healing medicine is too expensive. I can't afford it. Moreover, I'll be very careful. I won't let them come close, said the old man leading the way. What if I get bitten? Zi Chen asked cautiously. If that what if happens, I'll have 15 minutes to seek help. After 15 minutes, if the antidote isn't cured, then there's no need to cure it. Ah. When Zi Chen heard this, he was shocked. They had already walked out of the village for more than a quarter of an hour. If what the old man said was true, then wouldn't it mean that if they were bitten, they would die? Even he would die. 3 meters to your left, there's a green snake. If it sneaks up on you, it'll take your life immediately, said the old man without turning his head. Zi Chen turned his head. Sure enough, under a green leaf, he found a very secretive green snake. The other party's eyes were fixed on him. The snake's body was curled up and its head was slightly raised, as if it could attack at any time. Zi Chen could kill such a small thing with a thought in the outside world. But in this world, it could take his life. It had to be said that this world was very mysterious. After walking for a few miles, Zi Chen saw a mine. From the mine, there were clanging sounds from time to time. Someone was mining. The old man took the lead and walked in. The entrance of the mine was very small, but the space inside was very large. There was a large open space inside, and there were many stones on the ground. During this period, there were also some small mines, and the clanging sounds came from these small mines. Be careful. In this mine, there's a kind of black snake that likes to hide in the gravel to sneak up on you. He led Zi Chen to a small mine. The mine was blocked by 3 large stones, and it wasn't very tight. The old man pointed at the mine and said, "This is the mine we need to mine next. Move these waste stones away." Zichen nodded and bent down to pick up the large stone. After exerting force, Zichen found that the large stone didn't move at all. In the outside world, with Zichen's current strength, picking up a mountain was no problem. But now he couldn't even pick up a stone. It was because this stone was too heavy. Just one stone weighed more than a mountain. "Hurry up. If we don't get anything today, we'll have to starve," the old man urged. "Huh." Zichen roared, and the veins on his arms bulged. He picked up the stone with difficulty and threw it to the side. Zichen, who was sweating profusely, followed the old man into the slightly damp mine after throwing out the 3 stones. After about 100 meters, they reached the end of the mine. The old man began to work with a pickaxe. Zichen, on the other hand, was in charge of transporting the useless rocks out of the mine and throwing them outside. It had to be said that these waste stones were very heavy. Zichen's strength was quickly consumed. At the same time, Zichen found that his physical strength was also increasing. This speed was much faster than when he was in the outside world. To be able to increase his physical strength so quickly, was this something special? Clang! At this moment, a clear sound accompanied by the old man's laughter rang out. Zichen took a few steps forward and looked forward. Chapter 2286. In the old man's hand was a palm-sized stone that emitted a dark light. Compared to those heavy waste stones, the stone in front of him was clearly a treasure. It should be the black iron that the old man mentioned. The old man smiled proudly. "Today's luck is good. This stone is enough for us to improve our food." As he spoke, the old man threw the stone to Zichen, indicating for him to hold it. Then Zichen let out a strange cry as he was pressed to the ground by the palm-sized stone. He tragically found that he couldn't lift this palm-sized black iron ore. When he first came here, Zichen was very curious about everything. He followed the old man to mine every day and did some hard work. His strength was constantly increasing. It was much faster than in the outside world, even faster than when he used the rainbow sacred tree. When he came in, Zichen already had a saint-level physical body, but he found that the old man's physical body was much stronger than his. Not only the old man, but all the miners here had stronger physical bodies than him. Then it was obvious that these people who seemed to be at the bottom all had saint-level physical bodies. Although their realms were unknown, in the outside world, the weakest would be a saint king with a saint-level physical body. They could completely abuse Zichen. 7 days later, the old man used the harvest of these days to exchange for a pickaxe for Zichen. The pickaxe was exchanged from the blacksmith. The blacksmith was the brawny man who took Jia to Huangtu away. He saw Jia to Huangtu during this period. The latter wasn't much stronger than him. He was a miner, but he did odd jobs for the blacksmith. The moment he had the pickaxe, Zichen began his real mining career and became a real miner. He held the heavy pickaxe and confidently swung it down. With a sonorous sound, sparks flew everywhere. The pickaxe bounced back from the hard stone, almost knocking Zichen unconscious. After a day, he couldn't knock down more than a few stones, but Zichen was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. If it wasn't for the old man looking after him, Zichen would have starved to death. He was a powerful cultivator, but here he was like a real mortal. This situation continued for half a month before Zichen finally adapted to the weight of the pickaxe and the strength of the swing. Finally, the first piece of black iron ore was mined. At the same time, he was able to pick up this piece of ore. Compared to before, he had improved a lot. Of course, 1 black iron ore was the limit. If there was another one, Zichen wouldn't be able to carry it. After that, Zichen began to rest, waiting for the old man to pick a piece of ore before leaving. Relatively speaking, the harvest from mining was not small. It was enough for them to eat and wear. After being here for half a month, Zichen was already very familiar with the old man. As long as the old man picked up a stone, he would call it a day, and the food he exchanged for would be mostly exchanged for wine. Sometimes, when the family had accumulated a lot of food, he even stopped mining in the mountains. In Zichen's words, he was just lazy and had nothing to do with being diligent. Zichen, on the other hand, quickly familiarized himself with this environment in the following time. Moreover, he also had a small harvest, slowly accumulating some ores. He asked the old man about the layout of this place. Other than this village, there were a few other villages nearby. 200 miles away, there was a small town. That was the farthest place the old man had ever been. Obviously, there was no divine weapon in the village. If he wanted to get one, he would have to go to the small town. The old man told Zichen that the chances of having a divine weapon in the small town were very small, unless he went to the city even further away. That was the only city in this world. It was said that it was very big and there were powerful cultivators living there. There were even gods. Of course, this was all the old man's hearsay. He didn't know where the city was, and he didn't have the strength to go there. Going to the small town was already his limit. If Zichen really wanted to get a divine weapon, he would have to go to the small town first. Then, he would have to find a way to enter the city. Zichen had been working hard. If he didn't, he would be like these people, staying here for the rest of his life as a miner. 2 months passed quickly. Zichen had adapted to the cruel environment here. He was always careful not to let any insects get close to him. Moreover, Zichen gradually found that as his strength increased, his soul, which had been blocked, seemed to have some weak senses. After he told this to the old man immediately ridiculed him. If you want to use energy, you have to be a god. Zichen didn't feel discouraged because of this. He could already see that the old man was just wasting his time and had long since given up hope for the future. However, he was shouldering a mission. He had to find a way to get a divine weapon and return. The old man said that no one could return, but this was obviously wrong. This was because Gartukida had gotten out alive with a divine weapon. Another day, the two left the village again. Carrying pickaxes, they went up the mountain to continue mining. During this period, Zichen had a small harvest. He left all of it at the old man's house and didn't go to the blacksmith to exchange. The old man said that if he really wanted to go to the town, he should go there to exchange. The price would be higher. When he was halfway up the mountain, the old man suddenly stopped and looked ahead. On the mountain, an old man and a young man were going down the mountain. The two sides just happened to meet. Compared to the old man and the young man above, Zichen's team was really in a sorry state. At a glance, it was like a landlord and a slave. Compared to the patched robes of the two, the clothes of the two opposite could be said to be luxurious. In this place, one had to eat and wear something before one could pay attention to one's clothes. There was no doubt that the two of them lived a good life here. "Old man, you're not dead yet?" The last mining disaster, the mountain collapsed. "How come you didn't die?" The old man in luxurious robes looked at the old man in front of Zichen and said coldly, "This old man is lucky. I won't die. You have to be careful. This place is full of poisonous insects. Be careful not to lose your life before you can pick the medicine," the old man replied in a neutral tone. It could be seen that the two of them had a grudge. However, what surprised Zichen was the old man's identity. The old man told Zichen that there were many herbs on the mountain that could be exchanged for food. However, because there were too many poisonous insects, unless one was an alchemist, no one dared to pick them. However, the old man in front of him dared to pick herbs. It was obvious that he was an alchemist. Just like the outside world, alchemists were also a rare species here. Their status was very noble. Looking at the young man again, he was wearing luxurious robes and carried a medicine basket on his back. There were a few herbs in it. When Zichen looked at the other party, the young man also stared at Zichen. Although they were both mortals, and Zichen couldn't sense the other party's realm, Zichen could see the killing intent in the other party's cold eyes. He had never seen the other party before, but the other party had killing intent towards him. It was obvious that this wasn't because of the grudge between the two old men. "You're from the Hua-Te family?" Zichen looked at the young man and asked indifferently. The young man's eyes became even colder. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Hua-Te Tami." A cold smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "As expected." Since the other party wanted to kill him, there was naturally a grudge between them. In this world, Zichen didn't offend anyone. It was obvious that this enemy was from the outside world. There were only 15 people from the outside world who came here. He knew all the people from the Jetta family. The one in front of him was either the Hua-Te family or the Doff family. Because of Doff Hill's inner demons and his conceit, he obviously wouldn't tell others about his grudge with him. This left only the Hua-Te family. One had to know that there were many saints watching from the outside, so it was normal for them to know him. "You know him." The old man looked at Hua-Te Tami. "That's the person I told the old ancestor about last time." Hua-Te Tami pointed at Zichen and said coldly, "You dare to behave atrociously in the Hua-Te family? You're courting death." He was sure that the other party was one of the 5 people who came this time, a genius with a saint-level body. Zichen looked at the other party and said coldly, "What, you want to fight? Do you know where this is?" "Of course I know." The killing intent in Hua-Te Tami's eyes grew thicker, showing his true thoughts. The old man was also happy to see this. He took a step back and took out 2 swords, one long and one short, that emitted a dim light from the side of the medicine basket. It could be seen that they were made from black iron, and their quality was much higher than the pickaxe. To the people in the village, they were truly high-grade goods, and the cost of making them was not cheap. Seeing Hua-Te Tami take the short sword, Zichen subconsciously took 3 steps back and looked at the other party with vigilance. The old man in front of him held the pickaxe in his hand and said to the old man, "Since you're looking for a fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Little guy, be careful. Don't let this sword touch the pickaxe, or you'll have to work for a week for nothing." Zichen didn't say anything. He retreated again, and his expression became more nervous. "What, are you afraid?" Hua-Te Tami sneered, then held the short sword and moved forward. However, he was very afraid of the old man, so he deliberately kept a distance from the old man and walked towards Zichen from the other side. "Be careful," the old man reminded Hua-Te Tami. "Don't worry, old ancestor. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand." Hua-Te Tami smiled confidently. Zichen was still retreating, and his expression became more and more nervous. He seemed to be very afraid of the old man, and even the pickaxe in his hand was trembling. He had already retreated from the mountain road to a bush. If he retreated any further, he would completely enter the bush. For the people here, there were many insects, and it was very dangerous. Hua-Te Tami stepped forward step by step, and the black sword in his hand flashed coldly. He looked at Zichen and sneered. "What now you know to be afraid? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Zichen didn't say a word. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and the distance between him and Hua-Te Tami was getting closer and closer. When he was 3 meters away from Zichen, Hua-Te Tami's eyes flashed coldly. He held the black sword and stabbed at Zichen. This sword didn't have any skill to speak of, but it relied on the quality and sharpness. As long as the pickaxe dared to block, it would instantly split into 2, and then the guy in front of him would be split in 2. Zichen didn't block, and he didn't dare to block. This was a weapon made of pure black iron, and it was very sharp. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and he shouted loudly. He stepped on the ground, and his body jumped up. His body was as tall as a person, and his body flew back in the air. "It's useless, you." Hua-Te Tami sneered and rushed forward. A green snake rushed out from the bush, opened its mouth, and showed its poisonous fangs.